Night time for you. As you see, they are all at 0 right now. And you can find this also on our social media pages. You can find it also on myjoyonline.com. If you're watching television, it's going to be up on your screen throughout. It's going to move onto a corner of the screen. It's going to stay there. And then it'll begin to change as the results begin to pour in. So you see this in real time. We expect that by the time that the day is closing, this race between number 4 and number 2 will be top of the chart in terms of the competition. Top of the chart in terms of the competition. That's what you see there. And so what we've done for you to make it easy based on our anticipation is to isolate the live feed for you, the live results feed between the 2 front runners, Idiomi and Kwabena Boateng. Idiomi obviously is the reason why we're here. We didn't intend to give this election headquarters treatment to Edriso. We didn't. Winston, we did not intend to.
No. I mean, until he got into the race, until he decided to be an independent candidate, you know, the NDC had contemplated contesting, and so you knew that it was going to be a walk in the park for the NPP. This is their seat. It's a safe seat. But when you have a 3 times member of parliament from that constituency representing the NPP, give them, you know, one of their best percentages, about 84% of the votes in 2016, and coming back again at the time that, you know, you have the NDC not contesting, you have to ask yourself a question or two. Can he pull a surprise? Now, the post will suggest that this man could pull a surprise because when, you know, the Global Info Analytics did their survey, they indicated that the NPP's Kwabena Boateng was in the lead. They didn't say he was the winning candidate. They said he was the leading candidate, with Kwabena Usuaduomi actually closely behind. So what this suggests to you is that you actually have an election. We have a contest on our hands today. So you are right if you say that there are 4 pretenders and 2 contenders. I don't know if by the end of the election you actually will have another pretender or will still have contenders. Maybe we would have 2 contenders at the end of it all because results will be close. But based on how the results turn out, we can say there is just 1 contender, really, 1 person in this election, and the rest all being pretenders.
And Raymond, have a bite at this. And we are beginning an evening, I have said, that promises some surprises. Is that overstating it?
No. Well, it depends on the conditions that flow out from there. Already we have had, and something we've not had in a long time, the Electoral Commission withdrawing staff because there's an attempted bribery.
In the middle of an election?
In the middle of an election.
While the election was happening, people were voting.
I'm asking myself, so who is the presiding officer and ballot issuer in that Fumasua, what they call it, police station, as we speak? Who are the people that are being replaced with? Are they people already known to the people? Because we know what happens. Sometimes they publish the names of their officers prior to the recruitment.
Exactly.
So that you and I can go and point out the people we suspect and raise questions about them. These additional officers, and let's not get it wrong, at every police station, the big man in charge is the presiding officer.
Exactly.
He is the one being pulled out. And the next person there is a ballot issuer. And of course, the name shows it. That gentleman is one going to give you your ballot paper in the first place. So these are very key people. Presiding officer will, at the end of the day, declare the results in the area. But we're saying that those 2 might have been tainted, so they should be taken away from the police station and be replaced with who? Electoral officers and not election officials. Is that what we are doing? Are we pulling up, let's say, regional officers to come and replace the election officials that we had on the ground? That's a very interesting development that I did not expect, and it adds up to there's a lot of tension around this election. We cannot dismiss that at all. Since even when the president felt that places like Asin were serious places, he didn't put in a lot of the words, the gusto, the need to say the things he has said in the last rally. There is a lot of fear because it is justified fear. Imagine Kwabena Owusu-Aduomi ends up winning this election. It is catastrophic for the NPP.
In fact, I have said that we have a scenario that may play out tonight, where by the time it hits 8 p.m., when we close this results show, MPP may be in a minority in parliament.
A possibility,
well,
really.
That's a possibility.
It's a possibility tonight.
That's a possibility. But, and you know, that is something the NPP would never want to see happening. Because, and it's part of the reason the NDC is not going into this contest, is that if you are the NDC and you go into this contest and your performance is poor, it actually reduces or affects your motivation going into
That's
election
true.
2024. If you are the NPP, of course, look, you can argue these are two NPP men contesting, okay? But one officially is an independent candidate. Now, if he becomes victorious, it means that the NPP as a group, even in its stronghold, has become unpopular. Of course, you can make the argument that, oh, but you know, the current second deputy speaker in parliament won the election, but that was during a main election. The thing about a by-election is that consistently we have said that a by-election is used to gauge the mood of the people prior to the main election, particularly in 2024. And we said that Asin North gave an indication, even though we also said that how the NPP carried the campaign, even in Asin North, and everything they did to that same person may have played a role. If you go into this election, even for analysts, if the performance is if he doesn't win and is able to pull 40% of the vote, it's still an indication that things are not so good for the NPP. The NPP would say it doesn't matter because we won. The most important thing is that you have to win the seat. But of course, if you look at a constituency that consistently you've pulled between 78 to 84%, then we would say, hold on a minute. This means that you're becoming unpopular. You can make all the arguments that, well, this man is known NPP. But when the president goes into a constituency and says that, this man, I don't know whether it's NDC or it's Afafranto.
Yes.
And yes, Akufo-Addo said that.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, when you have the majority leader say that all the things he said he's done, he did it, it was the government that did it.
In fact, the president says that, yeah, he claims he did the road in your constituency. Now, I'll show you pretty short. We pulled up the roads data in Ejiso. There's the 21 kilometers stretch of road that has been done in Ejiso since he was appointed a deputy road minister in 2017. And he's been campaigning to tell the people that listen, it's because I was the road minister that I brought to the road. The president says over the weekend that, well, listen, I ultimately approve any road. And that he may have done it as a deputy minister, but if I did not give the approval, ultimately, no road would happen in this constituency.
But we all know, Evans, to be very honest, does the president have the time to approve every road in this country?
Well, every road is done in his name.
It is done.
That's the point he's making to the people.
You see that the roads are done in your name doesn't mean you approved it.
Yes, even the roads that were done as gifts by Kofi Jobs, are they also included in this list?
The president can't say
Are they really included
in
this list?
This is the problem. There were contractors who did roads as a thank you to Kwabena Uswe-Duomi. Look, this is politics, and so people will say a lot of things. But at the end of the day, the polls suggest that the NPP is in the lead. That was somewhere last week. I don't know what the polls will say.
A lot has changed overnight. And gentlemen, there's a lot to go through for you because the most controversial thing that has happened is something that broke here on your election headquarters. We were live on screen reporting from the ground when a video captured Kingsley Nyako, who was having an interaction with two EC officers at the polling station, and he dropped an envelope on the table and left. That really is a controversy at the heart of this. There are a lot of things that's happened, but that has been the headliner. We have an interview, an exclusive interview with Kingsley Nyako himself and the Director of Electoral Services. We're going to play that for you, so stay with us. But as I said at the beginning, we first need to start by helping you make sense of what is about to unfold by 7 leading into 8 p.m. when the results come in. And we've said 3 things already why this has become a high-stakes primary. 1, there is a very real possibility that by the time we close this special results show, the MPP will have a minority in Parliament, and they become the minority. Their designation as a majority will change. There's a real possibility that may happen by close of evening. And that is why 1 is a high stake. Second, Winston has explained that even if Vediomi loses but closes the gap and gets 40% of the votes, many will say it's an indication, considering how Ejiso, it is the preeminent stronghold in a region of strongholds. And if he gets that figure in these elections, that will prove that NPP is on wobbly ground, and that will demoralize a few people going into the election that we know sometimes in an 8th year, the party in power struggles to get their people to go out and vote in their numbers. So that's another reason why this is proving to be keenly contested. And again, we know that in Ashanti region, we have 2 precedents that we've been referring to already. And the MPP is very well aware of these. Yesterday, I was speaking to the party's national organizer. They have thought about it. and has struck fear in your hearts. We are talking about Fomina, where the current second Deputy Speaker of Parliament went independent. He was a stalwart of the party, went independent. Again, the president went to the constituency, famously campaigned against him. What happened in the national elections? He won. He won, and he's the only reason they can do some semblance of business in Parliament, because they're doing a deal with him, and he's obviously voting for them. That's not all. There is Bekwai. Joe Sowusu also was aggrieved at something. He decided to go independent. Wins as an independent candidate against the MPP's candidate who had been voted for in the primary, and goes to Parliament. He's recalled back into the fold of the MPP. So in the Ashanti region, which is the World Bank of the party, they've seen this before. You have a Diomi who, now let's go into it. Winston, there are 204 polling stations there. Those are basic numbers. But I want to really isolate the Diomi factor. The reason why there's a lot of fear now, which is causing this tension that we've seen build up to this. We've already talked about all the 6 candidates, but he has averaged, Winston, in his 3 terms in Parliament, each time he's gone to the poll, since 2008, 2012, 2016, he's averaged 82.22%.
Yeah. And that's huge. That's huge. You see, Evans, this tells you that a lot of people in that constituency love this man. We can do the argument and say, well, he was contesting on the ticket of the NPP. And so, I mean, for instance, in the 2016 election, President Akufo-Addo got more votes than he did. So you can actually look at it and say, oh, okay, in one of the elections, Akufo-Addo got more votes than he did. So you can look at it and say, okay, these are a group of people who may love the NPP. I think the real test is the real test of the popularity of Edunmi is today.
Is today.
Because in the past, even though he outperformed Akwesio Seje, whom he unseated in the 2008 primary, he outperformed him by way of margin of victory. The real test of his popularity is today.
But it's also interesting, Winston, just to point out that when he was being booted out in his last election before being booted out, he had 83.79%.
Exactly.
Which is higher than what John Kuma in his first election got when he was actually brought in as Member of Parliament.
Yes.
If that's anything to go by, one could say that even his last election showed a very high popularity rating.
Most definitely. I mean, he's popular, but while we talk about popularity, also, we must also talk about the opposition candidates, you know. Huze had contested in 2016, I think and he contested again in 2020. So his performance also improved, for instance, in 2020, okay? So the NDC's candidate also improves in 2020, resulting even in the diminution of the John Kuma's vote. But that's another conversation. The most important thing is that he got those votes. But what I am saying is that at the time, if you compare John Kuma, if you compare Akwesio Seje, and if you compare his votes, you can then say...
So again, let's look at the trend. And this is just, again, Ediomi's performance over the 3 elections.
Yes.
And from 82%, and of course, a lot of you are watching us on Facebook, but also on YouTube, but listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM. So let me go through the numbers for you as we work with our smart wall here. You see Ediomi with 82% the first time he showed up, right?
Yeah.
And remember, the president was there over the weekend and said, Abayu came to knock out, replace a cabinet minister. At the time when they went to the primaries, and true, the person he replaced was a formidable
foreign affairs minister.
Foreign affairs minister.
Akufo-Addo.
Yes.
Akwesio Seje, you know. I mean, at the time, there's a feeling that he was going to win the primary, but he lost. But this is the point.
This is the point.
This is the point I was trying to make. So you see, he's performed better than Akwesio Seje. 63, 78, 78. His first performance is 82.
He's the first MPP candidate in Ejiso to move them into the 80s.
Yes, he is.
First.
That's not in doubt.
First.
But you see, then John Kuma also gets 82.83.
Yeah.
Now, John Kuma, for the first time, performs better than Ediomi for the first time.
When it comes.
When it comes in.
But I also want to circle 83.79.
Yes.
He holds the record in Ejiso when it comes to the candidate that has secured the most votes in percentage terms.
That's not in doubt. That's not in doubt. But the other point also that we'll look at all the factors that could play a role in 2016, for instance. And when we're having the Asin North conversation, I remember the time, not the day of the election, but the time that it was declared vacant on Newsnight, I told you that Asin North at the time was seen by many as part of the wind of change in 2016. So it fell to the NPP. In 2016, as the wind blows, a lot of performances would come up. That notwithstanding, because of his performance from 2012...
Strong performance draft for someone who has averaged 82%.
You wouldn't attribute that to the wind of change.
Yeah.
Yes. But of course, in 2016, the whole country, you can still attribute that, the whole country at the time, even if you look at the NDC's performance, knew that the NDC was...
But here's the thing, Raymond. He made the most of it.
Yes, he
and
did.
Increased, even when he was already in the 80s, he still moved it to 83%.
That's why I'm saying that his popularity,
Yeah.
his popularity will be known today.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but I'm
this was
saying...
his third election.
Yeah. The data shows he's very strong.
Mostly, after your first election, you start losing, and as it's been shown.
It dropped. It dropped from 82 to 80.
Fed up and tired of you.
Yeah.
You actually end up being somebody who's not fulfilling. And let's look at the timing properly. 2008, he was in opposition when he went into Parliament in 2009.
Yeah.
In 2012, still in opposition, but still the numbers dropped. They still could not get the very things they wanted from a Jumi as Member of Parliament. But again, I agree that the watershed moment of 2016, where the change was happening, contributed to the higher numbers that people got there because all hands were on deck in that area. From Jabin and Fidasi, look at the numbers across the board.
Was galvanized.
Yes. They were all delivering. They were delivering because they needed the numbers in the Ashanti region to actually push an election into a way that everybody wanted. A huge number of vote difference and the numbers that would really send a signal to everybody. So that could be explained that way because it would be strange for a member of parliament who has been there on 2 different occasions to get improving figures going into the next election because people really will think that he has not done much or even will be fed up with him. They start giving you names. If they don't call you Mugabe, they call you all the other fanciful things that the West comes up with when you are going into that election. That is where the difficulty was. And let's not get it wrong. This was also the first time that John Kumar contested him.
Yeah.
And lost to him in the first place.
And lost to him in the first place.
See, Evans, this is the other thing. Who is this man?
Let's go there because it's important.
This man? And what has he done? Now, this is a civil engineer. This is someone who's worked with highways.
That's true.
Over the period.
Way before they even came to power.
Yes, over the period, what had been his contribution to the constituency? And so you look at all of these things. Look, and you spoke to him in 2016 in the heat of the
Kaswa
interchange and the pricing controversy. What did he tell you?
Yeah.
This is a man that was seen as the professional.
That's true.
And he spoke professionally.
He spoke professionally.
The party didn't like it then, but...
This is the case, that is the case.
Yeah.
But what happens with those kind of people is that even in opposition, because of how they are and because of the association, and because of the association with the industry in which they are. So, you're a civil engineer, you've been at highways, you've headed some of the...
He has goodwill. He has connections.
He has goodwill. So at every point in time, when you have a man saying, and what is the major problem in a lot of our constituencies?
Roads.
The roads.
And
you can always get a road.
I want to jump quickly a few slides to that point you're just making there. And I'll come back to these slides where you see his race with John Kumar. But the point you're making is about this.
Yes.
We want to pull out the roads data. And he was appointed as a deputy roads minister in 2017 with Cabo, if everybody remember this. And the data shows that between 2017 and 2021, Ejusu saw 21.4 kilometers of road. He's been campaigning telling them, that's the point you're making, that listen, it was because of my connections, because of my ministerial position that I brought you the roads. And when I heard the president say what he said, for me it was a confirmation rather that he's been very effective in using his influence and that history that you talk about with road contractors, etc., to bring the roads there. You were making a point with that.
But if it's 26 and 21, 26 is more, May 2021 to December 2022. It means that John Kumar has done better if you compare that to him. But it's also important for us to find out, for instance, when this road data, at what point this one started?
Is it length of completed roads?
Yes.
Not necessarily starting of them.
Yes, because length of completed projects.
Yes,
so this is the point. Length of completed projects. This is the thing. Length
of completed projects. 2017 to 2022. And those of us listening to us, just a second, let me just help them. Those of us listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM, we're showing the graphs on the screen. Always what we do is to try and help you make sense of it, and we can only do that with data. And that's what we're showing. So if you're watching, you're listening, you want to really see, just get on your phone. But if you're in traffic, you're driving, don't do so. Enjoy the listening. We're making a point.
Yes, let me list specifically the areas that he said, I did the
focus areas.
Yes. List them and I'll do some analysis.
Kwaso Town roads, Esiampong town roads. There is also the Sape town roads, Donina town roads, Domiabra town roads, Krapa town roads. I'm skipping the other projects anyway. The Kwamo town roads, Fumesa asphalt overlay, and Fumesa comes to mind because that's where the incident happened anyway.
Yeah, okay.
The incident we are talking about.
I mean, the incident with the alleged bribery.
Yes, that's where it happened actually. Yeah, Abankro to Adesina connecting roads, Tikrom to Antwerp connecting roads, and also there are 6 others that are actually listed within his own. I cannot count the number of members of parliament who can list, and these are not just short stretches. These are not just town roads within a small area. They are linking roads that are very important in the community. So it's not surprising that he claimed that I did these things. Again, if the man who was 2002 to 2008, the Ashanti Regional Highways Director, engineer in charge of that particular area, you would expect he knows every small area that's required of him. Yeah. Indeed, whenever he had put out his achievements, at the very roads he had constructed and all the things he had done, the question people kept asking him is that, but why are you extending to other towns within the same area, but not necessarily within the constituency? One of the reasons why people in Jabin, for example, were worried about the performance of the MP who had just been kicked out.
You say Jabin because we used to know it as a Juicy Jabin.
Yes, Jabin at the time.
Connecting.
When he won it the first time, it was like
a Juicy Jabin, yeah.
Brilliant. But one of the reasons people are saying is that when we look at Ejuso and the developments going there, you could attribute it to Ejiomi or even John Kuma more recently. But in the case of Jabin, you can say he's the chairman of the Council of State that's making the impact there because he's the Almighty there and not necessarily the member of parliament. So people felt that the member of parliament was not doing enough. He was the standard for determining MPs who build roads in their area. So this new conversation that, it's the president that did it. If you ask the people on the committee, that committee of roads and highways in parliament, even as a minority member of parliament, he drafted most of the reports because the skills were lacking on the committee.
And anybody came to him, it was a reference point.
Look, Evans, you know statistics. We can actually prepare statistics. Let me just use this football analogy. We can prepare statistics and say that over the last 10 games, this team would have been first or this team would have been last. But that doesn't mean that is the reality on the ground. Length of completed roads between 2017 to 2022. When were they started? Yeah. If we do the argument, if we're to go for when they started, some of it may not even fall under Duomi, as from 2017 to 2021. Some may have happened under the NDC regime.
When he was ranking.
When he was ranking,
but remember, you made a point. He still had influence.
Goodwill.
Yeah.
So these roads that were completed at this point in time, did it start under his tenure? Can he claim it in a country
that those completed under John Kuma?
Yes, I don't, personally, I don't subscribe to this kind of, I completed this, I started this project, so it's my project, that kind of thing we do in this country, that someone says I went for a loan, and so it is my project. Even the whole idea of a project is not something I subscribe to. I think that governance is more than saying that I constructed roads.
But does it work with voters?
It does.
Exactly.
It does. I mean, I just had to give you my...
I know, I get it, but that's a fundamental question really on this one.
So this one, we need to ask ourselves a few questions. When did it start? For purposes of the NPP's own analysis and for its own politics, you want to do this. But the people on the ground may actually remember who started it.
That's true.
And actually say, this road started under this person.
And you're right. And you're right. And we're going to go back to the constituency because Nanaya Aljima was on the ground and I tasked him to sort of do a straw poll, just talk to people. And a lot of people came to him telling him that for the roads, it's Ejiomi. Yeah. For the roads, it's Ejiomi. And we got a lot of those voices. And I wasn't surprised the president decided to deal with it because if he dealt with it, he would have been briefed that, listen, people are responding to this Ejiomi roads question. And you've done ballot box, I've done ballot box. When we travel around the country and we get roads is always top 2. Yeah. Roads is always top 2. And so the president had to respond to it. Now, it is a reason why tonight is one of those very slippery, tricky nights for the MPP in Ejuso because they are facing a candidate. Look, John Owusu was very popular. Very popular. But in his constituency at the time that he won it as an independent, what was it that he could say lay claim? He would have done great things. But roads takes far more effort. It costs a lot more to do. Yeah. And the people see it, it's tangible. They drive on it. They've seen when it was just bare ground to asphalt. And that imagery in people's heads is one that Ejiomi is laying claim to. that those other ones, those the two, Joseph Wusu and the former MP, could not lay claim to those sort of things, but they still won in the Ashanti region.
Yeah.
There is something about the MPP stronghold that when one of their formidable individuals sort of fall out with them and go independent, causes a bit of a stir. But why did this fallout happen? And since we are putting this in context, I want to go back to that slide that I skipped, because that would give us a sense of why this fallout happened. And that fallout happened between himself and the party in the lead up to the 2020 elections, where he came up against John Kuma in that primary. And you see on your screens there, in that particular primary in 2020, leading up to that elections, John Kuma won it by 397 votes. Idiomi lost, of course, by 307 votes. The gap there was 90, but he kept complaining.
Yeah.
That the voters' roll had been manipulated, was bloated, they had brought him people just so they knock him off. And he was aggrieved. If you listen to John Kuma and his people who followed him at the time, there was this view that in Ejiso, you have 3 terms. There was this unwritten rule, this convention, that you do 3 terms and then you hand over to somebody else. He didn't believe in it. But the party said, you've done 3 terms, it's time to go. And he decided to stand, and so he lost. And he kept filing petitions on petitions, at least. That is what his people told us. That is why, immediately, in 2020, he didn't go independent. He said that many times in this particular campaign. I did not go independent because I wanted to give the party an opportunity to fix and right the wrongs. And he says, when John Kuma died, he felt this was a time to show the party that they've treated me unfairly because they've given them enough time to fix this. Then he jumps into the race. That, at least from his people, is the explanations they've offered as to why he's in the race, and that he's doing it out of clean heart, right? But is it really? Were his grievance valid or not? But he's in the race.
I think another element that we mostly ignore in this fight between Ediomin and John Kuma is Chairman Untumi. That's Ashanti regional chairman. You know, Ediomin ended up contesting him in the last regional election.
Yeah.
He lost, but he wanted to make the point. We all know the relationship between John Kuma and also Chairman Untumi. Yeah. Ediomin has always had problems with how, at the regional level, issues have been resolved by Chairman Untumi. He felt that they were not using the right processes. He also felt that the national leadership were not even listening to the arguments that he was making in ways they were just willing and ready to move on. As if somebody is interested in installing whoever they want on the ground without having to engage the people and understanding the problems. So that had been fundamental to him. He believed, and his main argument, even going into the regional chairmanship election, was that there's a certain level of integrity and standard lost. They need to bring it back. Somebody like him with this reputation is the one that they need to bring back the standards in the Ashanti region. People cannot merely occupy the position without understanding the rules and yet pretending that they are ruling the areas or making adjudications which did not make sense. That is what ended up cases in court. He didn't want to explore that in the beginning. He didn't want to, of course, there were some issues that people said they were threatening to go to court and all of that. So at the core of that fight has been the belief that John Kuma had to be installed in Ejiso, had to be made member of parliament whether he liked it or not. And he was not really for the issue. In fact, in the first time they did the contest, there was a lot of the, where are you from, which areas do you claim? The whole place that John Kuma is from, is it really one of the main towns? Is it big enough to compare to his Bisiase hometown that he has actually claimed? Of course, we know Bisiase is a big place within Ejiso in the first place. So the thinking was that this fight had a third hand, and that third hand was Bernard Siako. And he had played a very key role in the ground and made it possible for John Kuma to come in.
One of the things Raymond doesn't want to say is not how big your town is, but whether you really come from here. That's the politics he doesn't want to get into.
And how does that relate to Jiomi or any other people in the country?
So those who know,
they're
just the politics, yes, know what we're talking about. That, you know, when in 20...
No, the vote is over, so you can say.
No, I'm saying in 2015, the primaries between Ediomi and John Kuma, it was more like, who free him?
Why free him?
John Kuma, who free him? Wine. You know, you know, who free her? You know, that kind of politics. But I mean, the man is passed on now. You don't want to get into that kind of politics now. But this is it. Ediomi would have known. So if you had problems in 2024, why did you not contest? Did the problems still persist? he suggests, he gives the impression they had not corrected the problem. So, why did you then decide now? I think it's simple. By 2023, 2024, John Kuma had become very popular and very influential in that constituency. There was no way Adomi was going to contest in the primaries and win. Yeah. He was going to lose. Of course, he was also in control of
massive resources.
Yeah, just look at the party office he built for
and everything. So Adomi wasn't going to get in there. He wasn't going to be successful with that. So what was he going to do? The only thing was to stay away, and that's why he wanted to be regional chairman. But by end of 2024, when John Kuma passes on, if he looks at all those who are contesting and his influence within the constituency, that becomes the right time. And listen to this carefully.
Politics about opportunism.
Exactly. Yeah. Listen to this carefully. Today, if Owusu Adomi wins the election, where is he going to sit in parliament?
That's a big question.
Can he say he would not join the NPP? He may have to join the NPP.
And don't go there yet, because that is a whole conversation we'll have tonight on the implication of an outcome.
We're waiting for the outcome
parliament.
First.
You're waiting for the outcome first, because that will definitely. And I will take you back to the constituency now, because when we return, there are a few more things we need to clear out. Because Global Info Analytics have done some polling there. We'll talk about that, and then we'll sit down and then get into the bribery video, well, the alleged bribery video, the video that we shot that has been a subject of an investigation by the EC. 2 EC officers have now been withdrawn. Nana Yaojima is joining me right now. He has one of the aspirants with him. And Nana, what can you tell us? Because I can see that polling, counting has begun. In where you are possibly, an outcome is known. Talk to us.
Not long ago, counting was done here at Ejoso RCJHS, and now we have provisional results with us here. Now, what is happening within some of the polling stations that we visited so far is that there is some tension within these areas after the counting started. It looks like both sides, that of Honorable Kwabena Osu Adomi and that of the New Patriotic Party, Kwabena Boateng, both sides are very, very calm. They do not know where the election now is going, because as Kwabena Boateng win in some of the polling stations, Adomi is also winning by some margins within other polling stations here within the Ejoso constituency. Nana Boakye is returning from some of the polling stations. He will be giving us some of the results he has so far. Boakye.
So Nana, the results that we have here are provisional results, and they are from the Ejoso basic school here where we are currently, and it is from the primary basic school and then the junior high school. From the primary school, Kwabena Owusu Adomi had 99 votes, and then lawyer Kwabena Boateng had 96 votes. And also from the junior high school, lawyer Kwabena Boateng had 119 votes, and then Kwabena Owusu Adomi also had 186 votes. And also from the basic school, the primary school, I must say, Kwabena Owusu Adomi had 147 votes, and then lawyer Kwabena Boateng had 130 votes. So these are the provisional results from the three centers here at the Ejoso MA school, where we can say that from the provisional results, Owusu Adomi, the former MP and independent candidate, is pulling some surprises. He has clearly, from the provisional results, won this particular polling center.
Even though Kwabena Owusu Adomi has been able to win this particular center, not much of excitement by his supporters within the polling station. Let's go through other results that we have here coming in from Kokobra Forestry PS. Lawyer Kwabena Boateng was able to get 103 votes, as Kwabena Owusu Adomi had 63 votes. These are provisional results from Kokobra Forestry. And also at the Chief's Palace, that's polling station B, lawyer Kwabena Boateng was able to get 94 votes against Kwabena Owusu Adomi's 92 votes. And also at Assembly Hall B, Kwabena Owusu Adomi won that polling station with 107 votes as against 97 votes. Let's go to Kwamo scoreboard. That Kwamo scoreboard. Provisional results indicate that Kwabena Boateng lawyer MPP candidate had 140 votes against Kwabena Osu-Adiomi's 130 votes. So these results that are trickling in, some of them of the polling station are falling for Kwabena Osu-Adiomi as others for MPP's candidate Kwabena Boateng. I have with me Dr. Evans Dia, who was one of the aspirants during the NPP primary, and he's a staunch member of the New Patriotic Party. He's been going through the constituency, he's been going through the polling stations as well, trying to monitor. He was also observing within some of the polling stations. So he joins me. Let's ask, Doc, going through some of the polling stations, what have you come across? Does it look promising for the New Patriotic Party?
I think that Ejusu constituencies for the New Patriotic Party it's been a keen competition, but will still win the seat. What is actually happening is that the loss of Dr. John Apontiekuma, going around and trying to call them from their homes to vote, you could actually see that most of them were still saddened by his demise, and for that reason, a number of them were not coming out to vote, and that is because of the loss of Dr. John Apontiekuma. I personally moved from house to house and places to talk to them to vote. For example, I went to a Sienimpon Onye, where in the morning we had about 20-30% turnout, but later on people came in their numbers, 300, 400, and they came to vote. And I'm sure that it will reflect in the numbers.
So you think that the demise of Dr. John Apontiekuma caused some apathy within the constituents?
Yes, it caused some apathy, but I would talk in the sense of bereavement, where people were sad. People still couldn't believe that we're actually voting at this time when he's yet to be buried. We had to talk to them because some of them were still grieving, and you could see that it had affected quite a number of them. So I personally believe that it affected them, but we spoke to them and they all came to vote finally.
Now, some results have been trickling in from the polling stations. You think that NPP can still retain the seat?
The good thing is that the independent candidate was a formidable candidate. So you expect that somebody who has been in the system and he was an MP for 12 years is definitely quite popular. So the key thing is that he's going to win some places, but most of the places will be won by the New Patriotic Party. So if you look at the comparison with the results that are coming in now, you see that where he won with a bit of a close margin. But where Lawyer Boateng, the MPP, is winning, they are winning with quite a huge margin. And this tells us that eventually we'll win the elections.
You have anything from the NPP's Collation Center yet?
Yes, we actually have some numbers trickling in now. And the numbers that I'm seeing as I'm talking to you is really solid. Almost everything that is happening is showing that we are winning. Bonre currently is showing that we are winning. Adako Jache is showing that we are winning. If you look at what is also happening at Onye, I came from there, they collated in front, we are winning. And there are some places that our numbers are very high. So I will tell everybody listening and watching us, the MPP has definitely won this election. It was a keen one, but I'm very sure we've won it. So please calm down. We will be the victors at the end. Congratulations.
All right. NPP, very optimistic of winning this particular election. If NPP should win Bonre Township, I will be very surprised because it was one of the very hostile environments for the NPP during the campaign period. Videos circulated showing that when you go to Bonre, the NPP people who were dispatched to Bonre to campaign were not getting a calm or friendly environment to campaign. They were being booed all over Bonre. So it will be very, very surprising if the NPP should win Bonre. I have with me Nana Boachi Yadom, who is bringing in other results from these areas.
So Nana, we have some provisional results from Ejusu Onwe. Ejusu Onwe is a stronghold of lawyer Kwabena Boateng, the MPP's candidate. Lawyer Kwabena Boateng had 231 votes at Ejusu Onwe, and Owusu-Adiomi had 32 votes. Surprisingly, the vote is actually turning out to go in favor of lawyer Kwabena Boateng. Pentecost Church for Mesa, Kwabena Boateng had 169, Adiomi 77, and Dapa also had one rejected ballot. Also Pentecost Church as well, Pentecost Church 2, lawyer Kwabena Boateng with 169 again, and then Adiomi with 1 vote. Adiomi also at the Chief's Palace, there's a polling station over there with 178 votes, and lawyer Kwabena Boateng with 207 votes. And last would be the RCKG for Ejoso. That is where lawyer Kwabena Boateng had 96 votes, Eduomi with 99 votes. Nana, the results that we have clearly shows that the thing is actually turning in favor of the NPP's candidate, lawyer Kwabena Boateng.
It's early days yet, still some more communities to go, but what we can say is that none of the two candidates, supporters of none of the two candidates, is able to go out and jubilate, because it's still early days yet. The results trickling in is not showing any concrete evidence that either Kwabena Boateng or lawyer or also Eduomi is winning this race yet. We have with me one of the NPP observers here. Sir, welcome.
I heard you saying that none of them has not been jubilated.
Yes, because I'm not seeing any jubilations yet.
We have won the election.
Where? I haven't seen it.
We've seen the election. We have won the election. In fact, where we are thinking that the results will even put that into a vibrating. That is the Zongo communities. From the Zongo community, and if you look at the difference, the margin, it tells you that where we are getting there is even bigger than this one. So we have won the election. This election, I don't know why people keep on saying that it's a threat to MPP. It's our seat. And we are taking it, we are jubilating. It's because you are here, yeah, you are right. If you go to the other side, you see that in Crown Chrome or what, as you are going to Drabe, you see the way people are jubilating. We have won the election. The margin is, if you go to Zongo, some places 67, 61, some places 70, 61 with 71. You know the difference, the margin is not big. At compare 190 to 60. You understand? So we have won the election. Our supporters are jubilating. And I told you in the morning that we win this election. This is our seat. So, but let me use this opportunity to thank the medias. You have done a wonderful job. And the government of Ghana appreciates the medias, and the Ghanaians appreciate what you guys.
So that is happening here within the Ejoso constituency. So we'll continue to go into some of the polling stations and get some of the provisional results for you.
There's that Danaya Aljuma on the ground for us in Ejoso there, giving us a sense of what is happening there on the ground. The results are beginning to trickle in. We're waiting for it to go to the Collation Center, and then we get a sense of what indeed will be happening there. And so you want to stay with us. But indeed, we were on this slide here. We're talking about the Global Info Analytics poll that they've done, telling us that this is going to be close, with Eduomi coming in at 47.50 and Kwabena Boateng coming in at 50.60. But then they are undecided. But the thing, though, that we haven't talked about is NDC. NDC is not in the race. But they had 14,000 votes, I believe, in the last elections in terms of those who voted for them. Yes. And when they polled those who voted for them, 92% of the NDC voters said they will vote for Eduomi.
And that's to be expected. But the question is, can the 92% of them who say they will vote for Eduomi be able to let him win if he doesn't pull anything from the NPP? No, he needs to pull from the NPP.
No.
And this is the other point also. Will the NDC supporters who say if they're going to vote, and I'm sure the question, if you're going to vote, will you vote? Whom will you vote for, Eduomi or Kwabena Boateng? But the question is, will they vote? And that's the problem with some of these things, okay? So what will be the incentive for the NDC to go and vote in this particular election? Because the NDC is not campaigning there. So if they feel like, then they would go out there to go and vote. So really, this is a contest within the NPP support base. You'd have some of the NDC supporters, okay, going to vote for Eduomi. Others may also, majority of them going to vote for Eduomi, and others will also go and vote for Kwabena Boateng. But really, Eduomi's success will be dependent on his ability to pull more votes from the NPP base.
Yeah, and that, by the way, is a key thing. The role that the NDC is playing in the constituency, although they aren't there, is very important. But of course, if you're an MPP, NDC person, it's in your interest, right?
I'll use the Tamale Central election of 2006 to make a point. At the time when Professor Wayuseni decided to cross carpet in Parliament, it meant that the seat had to be declared vacant. The NPP did not contest that seat. Professor Wayuseni contested as an independent candidate. Now, the NPP, went into that election hoping to support Professor Wayuseni to pull votes from the NDC and then win the election. It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
So we'll see where the NDC voters in the constituency will vote tonight. Obviously, the NDC has been campaigning there somehow on the ground quietly. And of course, if you can get your members to vote for Aduomi, who can then cause your principal enemies in the elections.
Why not?
Of course, you do. I mean, politics is all about opportunism. We've already dealt with this. And we've talked about the Akufo-Addo's campaign on the ground with the roads. Aduomi himself has responded to those claims already on it. But there's something else that we need to highlight quickly before we sit, which is the precedents that we've been referring to. Yesterday when I spoke to, on your screens, by the way, is George Owusu, who in 2008 himself complained about unfair treatment by the party, MPP, and therefore went independent. As we know, the outcome was that he won. He's currently the first deputy speaker in parliament. After he had won as an independent, he was brought back into the fold. And so when you hear people say, well, once you go independent, you forfeit your membership.
It doesn't happen.
It doesn't really transpire.
It depends on who you are.
It depends on who you are.
But I mean, the evidence is that these two, in fact, let me add another constituency, Bosomhim Fremu.
Okay.
In 2008, Ofori Kuregu. He was member of parliament, he lost his primaries. And he said when he was going on a thank you tour, the chief said, sign bra. And he decides to go again. He won in 2008 as an independent candidate. Unfortunately for him, he contested the primaries on the ticket of the NPP and lost in 2012. He went back as an independent candidate and he lost. But in 2008, he also won as an independent candidate, still in the Ashanti region.
So that clearly is an issue for the MPP. Yesterday, the national organizer told me they thought about this. They know this precedent there. And the one you just mentioned in addition to that. So 3 instances. Aduomi is the 4th instance in the Ashanti region that could come back to bite them, right? And that is possibly why you've seen them deploy all the big guns. They are not taking this for granted. Ordinarily, this should have been a walk in the park. The 3 of us should be home, sipping on some juice, taking your nap, preparing for tomorrow's morning show. But we're here because it's an Aduomi factor. And because we also know that history in politics is very, very important. And so, because of these two, you cannot take your eye off tonight's ball. But we'll wait for the results to come in and as we go on. And you look at the performance of the George Owusu, for example, at a time when he jumped in, and you know this, a good friend of yours, 76.7%.
Yeah. He won. I mean,
he won it.
Look, in 2008, that was Eduse Poku. Yeah. Who at the time I think was a deputy minister, and he had lost the primary. He felt the primary were unfair. Then he goes independent, sweeps it.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, it was like the whole community voted for him. In 2012, he improves.
Yeah, significantly. Keeps on improving. Of course, he dropped. And that's just a man who knows when to bow out.
Oh, yes. I mean, by this time, he knew his time was up.
Yes, and he's left the scene now.
He's gone.
So those are the numbers for you. We're just bringing this up to say that there's a similarity there between what happened in the George Owusu case and what has happened in the Aduomi case. And that is why we are bringing this up, to show you history is important when you're analyzing politics, because especially when you're looking at a party stronghold, the changes there can affect your outcome. And then you also look at the story of his election outcome, focus on that Bekwai constituency. If you look at the IK Poku Eduse, and that's
Poku Eduse
you mentioned there, he beat him. This
was an incumbent member of parliament.
It destroyed him. Yeah. In the elections there, 77%, that's against 18%. And then you go to the story of the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament. He comes in
2016,
72%. And this there is an interesting one, is it not?
Yes, as an independent candidate, he beats the NPP's candidates. Yeah. And this man had actually complained about the album for the primaries.
In fact, same as Aduomi.
Same for the album for the primaries.
The people who were on the... In fact, he complained first about the election of the police station executives.
Yeah.
He felt that there was something fundamentally wrong with the process, like Aduomi also did previously. But, I mean, they went up the system, it was largely ignored. And you can draw the lines here. The same comments that were made about the Formina man, the second deputy speaker, similar comments have been made about Aduomi. The comments about what? He can leave the party. He's nobody without the party. If he claims he has done something in this constituency, he did it all because he was our MP or because he did it because we gave him money to do so. Then even the likes of the executive president of the republic who went there to say, Let me tell you, I cannot work with people who are not actually members of my party. This gentleman is not part of the party. You can't vote for him. It all did not work. It is what is also heightening it is what's scaring the MPP.
Yep,
it is what's actually making the MPP feel that if you do not take care and anything else happening, we don't have a second deputy speaker position to offer a deal anyway. We're a couple of months to a main election.
Give him a ministerial position.
Yes,
make him the roads minister.
This dress rehearsal, it will haunt us for the next few months. We cannot do much about it. What can we do to make sure that it doesn't happen at all? And in the Formula case, at least they were transitioning, so they needed in Parliament. Now the president is there saying that I have got some business to do in Parliament. Please make me maintain my majority in that Parliament. Slim majority, so that I can proceed and do the things I want to do for the people, including you in this Ashanti region. The things you've been telling me about, I need to do all. And I have to do all because really, if I don't have the majority, they will not make it happen.
Yeah.
So please vote for me.
And another thing that he wanted by 48.56%.
Yeah, because he had to beat the MPP and NDC.
First past the post.
Yeah,
that's all you need.
Important thing.
He just need one extra vote to win.
Unlike the France system where you have to go into a runoff.
Yes.
This is not the same case.
Yes. And that for me is that for the MPP is the reason why they are not really taking anything for granted in Ejisu tonight. And of course, and look at him beating the MPP's candidate. Yeah. The man whose hand Nanado went to Formula constituency and held up and said, vote for him. Philip. Exactly, Philip held his hand up there, telling them that Esiama is nobody, though he's gone. And the emphasis at the time was that it's the party that makes you. And that if you stand as an independent candidate in the constituency without the MPP blue, red, and white behind you, the people won't vote for you. They told that story about Esiama, and he showed them that not necessarily.
I mean, yes, you see, the thing is that...
And they said that about Diomi too.
It's not always the party that would make you. It's not always the case. Now, the party plays a very important role. But we've seen it happening even in the Volta region. Victor Beho beats current leader Clenso in the Anglon constituency. We saw it happening in Nkoko, where Seth Ejeba Shaba went in there and beat Okrechi. I mean, so as an independent candidate, there are other constituencies that you can talk about. Rashid Bawa did it when he was with the NDC at the time in the Akan constituency. He won it. It's not always the case that a party is the one that will give you victory. There are times that there are people who are unhappy within the party setting because the party may not have done a few things right. And if the party doesn't do the things right, and one of the reasons why the NPP actually expanded the electoral college at the time, because in the past when it was only constituency chairmen or chairpersons who were voting, polling station chairpersons who were voting. So if you come from a this place has 206 polling stations. What it would mean is that you have 206 people with the constituency executives going to vote, just at about 220 people coming to decide. So at that point in time, all you could do was to gather some money. And for instance, if the incumbent member of parliament had enough money and had the support of the executives, including the regional executives, there's a bit of bassing, there's a bit of camping. You come in there and you lose the election. So people took that and said, if you do this to me, I'm not going to go ahead and show you. But in the case of Esiama Mwakung, this was, he said, you are not doing things right. The party would not listen to him. He says, I am not going to contest. The party felt, you can do whatever you want to do. The president says, I can't work with you. Samo Twamamia, Montoma, Philip, Ofori, Asante. That didn't happen. This man gets to win. And this man became that person that the NPP needed the most
in Parliament.
And
if Odiomi wins tonight, he will even be needed more.
If he wins tonight, in his own interest, he will go and join the NPP.
He will.
Otherwise, if he goes into the main election, not on the ticket of the NPP,
they'll punish
they
him.
lose.
And now I want to quickly give you a live update as far as the results are concerned, provisional results coming in. Remember that we're going to be updating this over the evening. You see on your screens there, 12 out of the 204 polling stations in right now here on your election headquarters. And you see there on your screens, Kwabena Boateng, the NPP's candidate, is 57.69%. 57.69%. And you have Owusu Diomi on your screens there with 42.02%. 0.31%. And these are provisional results. At the time when we get into the collation center and we get the final declared results, this will change to that actual result that the EC will be declaring and certifying for us. But that on your screen there is what we have for you by way of an update on our live election results feed, that dashboard that you can also access on our many social media platforms, give you a sense of what is happening in the juicy tonight. Now, I want to now turn attention, again, as we wait for more of the results to come in, to the big story of the day. Big story that broke here on your election headquarters. I want to take you to Juicy again. Now, I'm going to show you that video. Many of you are now driving home and may not have seen the video. It's all over. Just check our pages on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. You will have found that video of my colleague, Ohiming Teria, who was reporting live to us, and then the camera captured something in the background of a member of parliament dropping an envelope on a table, presumably for 2 EC officers. What was in the envelope, we don't know, but the EC has opened investigations. Watch this video.
Will have the opportunity to work, and that is what is motivating her to take part in the election. So I'll say that the election has been peaceful in Ejuso. So from the Pentecost polling station here in Fumeswa, one of the densely populated areas in the Ejuso constituency, we are moving to other places to monitor the elections and bring you update as far as the Ejuso by-election is concerned. Don't forget that over 100,000 electors are expected to cast their ballot today, and the EC expect nothing less than 50% in today's election being the turnout for today's election. So coincidentally, today is also a market day in Ejuso. So the EC hopes that many of the market women who are in the market will turn up later.
And that there is that video, very controversial video indeed. And we have an interview exclusively with Kingsley Nyako. I'll bring that to you pretty shortly. But the EC shortly after this went viral. The video you just seen there. And if you're listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM, you can find this across my Joy Online, across our JoyNews pages on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, etc. Shortly after this video went viral, the EC issued a statement announcing that they have immediately withdrawn those 2 officers you saw in the shot there. And this will continue rolling so you get a sense of what I'm saying. Withdrawn them and have started investigations, right? And you see in your shot those 2 officers, one a gentleman, another a lady, and they interacted with Kingsley Nyako, who was followed closely by, I believe, an aide. Kingsley goes to them and has a conversation with them. Remember that he's a member of parliament himself. He's talking to them. We don't know what he's saying. He's throwing his 2 hands about. It seemed like a very cordial conversation. The gentleman, the EC officer, the male officer, appears to want to go, but Kingsley calls him back in, talks to them, and the conversation all is proceeding. We don't know what they're talking about, obviously. All this time, my colleague, Ohiming Teria, is talking. Then Kingsley puts his hand in his pocket, his back pocket, and you can see the circling there. He picks the envelope. It looks pretty fat envelope. I don't know what is in that envelope, and drops it on the table. And then he stands for a while, looks around, and then disappears. That is a subject of an EC investigation tonight. We also then spoke exclusively to the Electoral Commission's Director of Electoral Services, Dr. Sribo Kwaku, who was on the ground. We tracked him down because we really want to understand, beyond just withdrawing them, what else has happened. He then told us that they may be bringing in the police at some point also. Listen.
It's rather unfortunate that the incident happened few minutes after you had left this polling station, because I was there with you. How do you feel that a polling station you visited in not less than 5 minutes, an incident of this nature was recorded there?
As we are saying, I didn't witness what transpired. So somebody just sent the video to me. So in the video, you will see that somebody pulled a white something, whether it is an envelope, whether it is a handkerchief, whether it's a paper, it is not clear to that. And it was, I think the attempt was to give it to the officer, but the officer did not pick. Then it was put on the table. So that's what we want to know, what has happened. So for the meantime, because of the election going on, if you want to do a lot of investigation, you even disorganize their voting. So we've asked them to, you could see two officers were closer to the person who gave the passage, whatever it is. So we have asked them to stay aside for us to finish with the election. Then when we finish with the election, then we'll go into the issue and see what was it. Was it envelope? If it is an envelope, what was the content? What is it meant for? Whatever, if it is handkerchief, what is it meant for? If it is ordinary paper, what is it meant for? So we will get to know the details of whatever the content or the parcel is and the purpose of the parcel. Then based on that, we'll take the next action.
I know EC officials have visited the said polling station. What has been your initial understanding of events? Was it an envelope? Was it a handkerchief? Was it an ordinary paper that the officials were reluctant in picking or accepting from this man?
I'm here to talk to those who went, but my understanding is that they went there just to ask them to stand aside for us to finish with the election. So later we'll get to know the details of it.
Then what then happens to the electorates? Because we know these two officials were working. They were busy.
We replace them with different set of people to do the work. We had a standby, so those people have moved in to take charge of the work. So the voting, we didn't want to create any scene there or to create any tension over there. So they have been asked to stand aside whilst we continue with the work. When we finish, we'll do the next investigation and take the next action that should be taken.
This is early days yet, but people are speculating that this could affect the credibility of today's exercise. As a director of elections for EC, do you see this having an impact or negative impact on today's exercise?
If you watch the video, you captured it. If you look at it critically, the officers refused even to receive whatever was being offered to them. So I said, I don't know how this one will affect the integrity of the election. Is it because of that they are going to increase somebody's vote or deny somebody from the chance of voting? All these things will be avoided. That's why we ask them to stand aside. So to us, it doesn't have any effect on the integrity of the election.
The belief is that maybe, I'm not speculating, that probably it was money that was exchanged hands. But yes, but if for instance it comes out to be money, and people will assume that maybe there are many other officials who have been compromised, who are, yes, I'm speculating. So you are saying that there's no way this could affect the credibility of the election, but people assume that if, for instance, it was money that was being exchanged, it's likely to affect the credibility because...
If it is even money, and it happened at that particular center, and as I said, if you watch the video very well, the people, they were not ready to receive whatever the parcel was, so it was dropped on the table, right? So for now, we shouldn't crucify them till we do the investigation and get to the root of it. Because clearly, if you watch, you captured it, you have a look at it. The parcel was being given to them, and the people were not ready to take it. So it was dropped on the table. When it was dropped, who took it? Now we don't know. Whether the man even went back to pick it, then because that portion did not appear in the camera. So let's wait and do the investigation, and we'll see what we do.
You seem to feel so proud about these officers for not accepting, like not taking it directly from the man. Is it your position?
For now, don't draw conclusions. In the video, they refuse to receive it, right? But what happens after you have left? I wouldn't know. That's what I'm saying. So the investigation will show whether, as they refuse to receive it, they didn't take it and the man took it back. I wouldn't know, right? If they went back and took it too, then it has also its own implication. So let's wait. We shouldn't crucify anybody. Let's get to the root of it. Once we have done the investigation, then we'll know what was it. Did they take it or the giver took it back? All these things will come up. Then based on that, we'll draw our conclusions and take the necessary primitive measures if need be.
How long will these investigations take?
We have, during the election, we'll finish today and we'll go there. If we have to even give it to the police to investigate, they will do that. So the commission will take the necessary step to clear the system.
Okay, so that there is the Director of Electoral Services. Gentlemen, very quick thoughts on this, because I want to bring in Martin Kwebu on what should happen now. Winston first.
So is it the EC that is going to investigate its people? Election crimes are supposed to be investigated by the police. Now, these people that they are alleged to have taken something. We don't know what's in it. But they've been asked to go home. So if they go home, are they now going to search their homes in search of that envelope to know what was contained in that envelope?
They should have been in possession of this envelope.
They should have been handed over to the police
This is a critical piece of evidence.
There's a policeman at the polling station. Immediately they saw that they should have handed these persons to the police. Then investigations will begin because we don't know the content of the envelope. We're speculating now that it could be money. So what if it's not money? If it's money,
offering justification for their conduct by saying they didn't touch it.
They didn't touch it.
All of these are determinations that will be made by a proper investigation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You are saying there will be investigations, and before the investigation, you are narrating incidents in a way that seek me, to my mind, to even prejudice the content of the investigation in the first place. In any case, who at the Electoral Commission is doing the investigation today? Are they doing it in Ajuso or they are doing it in Accra? I mean, these are very legitimate questions that should be asked immediately.
Yeah.
And I am in support of what Winston is saying. The management of it is very poor. You cannot say that the people have been relieved of the position. Wherever they go, they are now being investigated.
So you're saying that the first thing they should have done, hand them over to the police?
Yes, so that at least the police takes possession of the piece of evidence that is being used as the main incriminating one.
But here's the thing, though. I get that. But what about the police? They've seen this. They've watched this.
Which I would have expected. At least, first, there's a policeman on the ground. Two, there is also a team that will be monitoring this because most by-elections, you have a deployment higher than the other one. The expectation is that they would have followed up and also been investigating this. But we know how we treat elements like treating bribery and other things in elections. We don't take them that serious. The last time we had this conversation, you recall, it was about the MPP's elections where the special prosecutors have taken over. There were policemen on the ground.
Yeah.
They watched on when the incident happened. Did you see any of the people being arrested immediately? It was later on that the special prosecutor had to issue a wanted list. Go after these people. But there were security officers on the ground. I don't know whether they've been told that all that they have to do is protect ballot box. But the business of the security is to ensure that no law is broken on the ground.
The integrity of the poll is actually what is at stake there.
Yes.
And this one can actually, at the end of the day, depending on the outcome of this, could become
And we are talking
a basis
about
to challenge the entire
people.
results.
People should not dismiss the fact. A presiding officer is the one who will, at the end of the day, determine who won at the police station. He will fill that form. Beginning of every poll, he's the one who fills the form. Beginning of poll, then he determines that, oh, this number of ballots we have. All people are signed and we move on to it. This is the man that is being accused on the ground. Secondly, is the ballot issuer.
Yes.
And that's how important that position is. So two key people in an election are being purportedly compromised. There's video suggesting that all that we are hearing is that, oh, yeah, we'll do investigation.
Again,
if there's the need, can you believe that?
again, what was
if there's the
Kingsley?
need, then the EC has turned something to determine prima facie. Really?
Exactly. And Kingsley Nyako himself.
A professor of educational psychology.
What role was he going to play at the polling station?
No, but first of all, we don't know the contents of that.
No, we don't know. But first of all,
we don't know. We
No,
shouldn't
but,
know.
but that is why it would have been determined right away by a legitimate state institution.
They should have handed over to the police immediately. But you ask yourself the question, if this election, was in one of the swing constituencies.
Imagine.
And you had the NDC contesting.
Imagine the kind of uproar this would make.
This would have been bloody. Stay with me. I want to bring in a lawyer into the conversation just to get a perspective of what should happen and what should have happened now that we've seen the video. Martin Kpebu joins us right now. Martin, I'm going to proceed on the assumption that you've watched this video. If you have, give me your reaction to it.
Well, I'm very disappointed. Evans, to say the least, is despicable. But notwithstanding all the conversations we've had in the last few months, specifically, you remember there's a DC currently in court because of election-related corruption, Cecilia Dapa's case, where she's had millions of cedis and dollars that she cannot explain or account for. And yet this MP would seek to influence electoral officers. So it's quite disappointing, extremely. And so I would urge the EC to report the case to the OSP. I say OSP because what we see in the video is the envelope, which I understand he has admitted contains money. And so we are looking in the direction of election corruption. And once it's corruption, then it means that it's the OSP that has to go into the matter, not the police.
And give me a comment on what the EC has done so far. They issued a statement saying they've withdrawn the two, but they're investigating. We just heard from the Director of Electoral Services says, well, if it becomes necessary, in essence, they'll bring in the police. Should the police be, what do you make of that approach?
No, that is wrong. That is wrong. Don't forget, Sribo Kweku is not an expert on crime. And so we shouldn't take his word as the gospel, or let's say as the best. No, he's an elections expert, but not an expert on governance and crime. Look, that envelope we saw, it's embarrassing Ghana. It's embarrassing that this thing is going to go around the whole world. And so if this thing doesn't get punished, we are going to suffer. Democracy-wise, good governance-wise, we will suffer. So we need to hold Mr. Nyako accountable. EC should send their report to the OSP. Alternatively, OSP also, they monitor the airwaves. So I'm sure by now they've heard. So we are calling upon Mr. Kissie Jabin to step in. Please, we can't, the Dr. Sribo can't say that if they find it necessary. Don't forget, this is an EC that in recent times has been hiding other cases of crime. You remember the BVD machines. But for the intelligence gathered by NDC, they intended to hide the missing BVDs, etc. And then also using the story Franklin Kujo, Imani, they've done. The BVDs that they sold out over 1,000 of them without informing us. So the EC currently is a crime scene. The EC is a crime scene. So Dr. Kweku cannot be heard to say those things he said. He cannot be heard to say so because he is shown in recent times that, look, he's not up to scratch when it comes to good governance. In actual fact, the whole of the EC setup, they are quite, what do you call it? They are a retrogression of our democracy. So we will beg the OSP to step in.
And again, it's been a few hours since this video was captured by our cameras. Surprised that we haven't heard anything from the police, surprised that the OSP hasn't stepped in yet, considering the gravity of what we are talking about here. We've said that if this election was happening in a swing constituency and the NDC was involved, this could have catastrophic consequences for our democracy and for our peace and security. And yet we haven't seen any movement at all from the state agencies actually clothed with the authority to investigate and prosecute such alleged crimes.
Well, Evans, to be honest, I mean, from my experience, I think OSP will step in. Yeah, Mr. Kissie Jabin, the gentleman that I know. Of course, I've had my own differences with him about the way he purportedly let him off, the influence peddling. I am preparing to sue Jabin in court. I'll take him on. That's a different matter. But the Dubois case aside, generally, Kissie Jabin is, what do you call it? He's proactive. So I expect that he will step in. For the police, I'm not surprised because Evans, as we speak now, look, Engineer Kenashibe and I, and then Kwame Sapoyensedu and Edem Senano, we reported Chairman Woodme to the police over a year and a half ago about the Galamsey in the Kano Nimiri Forest, a case in which Abu Jinapo, Lands and Forestry Minister, came out to say Chairman Woodme, Akunta Mining, had no license to enter the forest. Yet, DCOP, Faustina and Dokufi has not yet sent this case to court. This is the same case in which Martinez, CEO of the Minerals Commission, and these are appointees of Ekufuadu, also came out to say the same thing. Yet, Dokufi hasn't seen it right to take the case to court. So for police, I'm not surprised. You know, the IG himself has lost a lot of confidence because of the leak tape. So these things happen. So for police, I'm not surprised. I believe with Kissie Jabin, in the coming hours, they will be stepping in. Okay. Because this is one clear case that we need to deal with to send a signal, the right signal to people that this election, vote buying, etc. must stop. Nobody builds a nation like this.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's lawyer Martin Kpebu there, giving us his thoughts on this particular incident. I'm going to take a break. When I return, we're going to be hearing from Adiomi's people. Adiomi himself spoke to us. We'll hear from him on this matter. We'll hear from his people what they plan to do about this incident. We'll hear from the MPP too as we begin to get close to knowing the outcome of today's poll in Ejisu at the Collation Center. We'll also hear from the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers. They'll also join us with your thoughts on this particular matter. But ultimately here tonight on your results show on your election headquarters, we will be waiting for the outcome from Ejisu, where the elections is currently happening. We've been bringing you this special coverage here on your election headquarters. And as you know, we are staying with you until we get the outcome there. And that outcome, we expect to come in before 8, and so we're going to be with you till that. We'll get you the reactions also all here on your election headquarters. If you're listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM, stay with us. If you are on our many social media platforms, stay with us also, because your election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, clean fuel in full quantity. It's also brought to you by CIMA, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, AICPA, and CIMA together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants, and also the German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty. We'll take a quick break here on your election headquarters. We're back.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Programme, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Programme, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, Ron 95 from Petrosol is all I always use. And when I put it in my baby,
because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change interval, and cleaner environment. Kai amfani di kayan da Petrosol suka yi. Zaka ci gaba da yi.
Why? Premium product, clean fuel in full quantity, long lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Use more Petrosol premium products via
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Welcome to
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, Ron 95 from Provisional is all I always use. And when I put it in my baby,
Because you can't be mixing petrol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Purchaser oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change interval, and cleaner environment. Kai amfani di kayan de petrol zukai. Zaka chiga badin.
Why? Premium product, clean fuel in full quantity, long lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Use more Petrosol premium products via
And thank you very much for staying with us here on your election headquarters. Election headquarters is always brought to you by Petrosol, clean fuel in full quantity. It's also brought to you by CIMA, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA, and AICPA together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants and the German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty. I want to take you to Ejisu right now, where my colleague, Ohemin Teria, spoke to Kingsley Nyako, the MP in question, who was seen in that video dropping an envelope on the table where two EC officers were working. As a result of that, those two EC officers have been withdrawn and investigation have already commenced into the actions. This is what Kingsley Nyako told Ohemin Teria in reaction to that video.
Influence them in that public space. If I were to influence them, do you think that I would do it in that public space?
No, the manner in which it was.
No, I'm saying that if I wanted to influence them, do you think that I would have done that in the public space?
So what was it?
That's what I'm saying, that I will, when I'm done, I will talk about. But what I want to put on record is that I've not bribed anybody, I've not influenced anybody to vote or to do anything untoward for my candidate. I've not done that.
The IGP has been petitioning to arrest you. Are you aware of
no problems about that. I don't have any problems about that. I'm a citizen, and if people think that I've done something untoward, it is their own, their right to do so. But I'm saying that I can't influence the EC officials who are trained, who are honest, who are disciplined to do anything untoward. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. And I cannot do that in the public space. I cannot do that. No, that's what I say about it.
So, but do you feel bad with the spin on it? Because it's been circled and circulated everywhere.
I know that I've not influenced anybody. I've not influenced the process. I don't feel bad because I know I've done nothing wrong. Okay? Yeah. I know it's politics. People are going to spin. You know, we've been in this political game all this while. And those who are spinning, I don't begrudge them. That is politics. That is it. But me, Kingsley Nyako, I'm putting on record that I have not done anything, whether overtly or covertly, to influence the process. My candidates will win this election fair and square. Let me ask you this question. The polling agents, six candidates with their agents, isn't it? Yeah. So if I had done something bad to influence the process, don't you think that they would have raised an issue there? Your reporter was here. Ask him if anybody raised anything against me when I even put the document to the person. You will raise an issue. So people say somewhere and they cry wolf. I mean, that is unfair, but it's a game. I accept I'm a politician. And I respect Ghanaians.
It was a document.
No, I'm saying that I respect Ghanaians, and people said outside they didn't know what that, and they sit down and conclude and say that I'm trying to, I mean, I'm beyond that, I cannot do that.
But Honorable, before you take a leave of us, personally, I'm being castigated for being a very bad person. As a member of parliament, you are aware of what happened here. Can you take me through what actually happened here? Because I'm being castigated left, right, center.
Like that you have done what? That you've done what?
Because he was the one going on live, on air with whatever content. And that is how come.
I don't know. Everything happens for a purpose. I don't know your mind. I don't know the reason why this is out. And I said that I don't think you've done anything wrong to affect my person. If you've done anything wrong, your judgment, you know about it. But what I know is that I came around to observe the process. Then I even got an interview with you. Later, some people sent me this, and I look at it and I say, what is it? I've been a teacher for a long time. Ghanaians know that I'm disciplined. Me. I can never do anything to undermine the process. Okay? You've been covering politics for a very long time. If I were to influence the process negatively or to my kindest favor, honestly, sincerely, it is the form that I'm going to do that.
So do you feel bad that the officers have been relieved of their duty? Currently, the officers there are...
How do you feel about this whole process?
I think they are victim of circumstances, and I think that, I don't know, but they've done anything wrong. This is what I'll say about that. But I will address this issue to apologize that you forced me to put some words across.
What was in the envelope?
Yes, that is a question many people are asking, whether it was an envelope, it was a handkerchief, or anything of it.
I'm saying that I've done nothing to influence the process. That's it. So if the IGP is being petitioned to invite me, I'm ready for him, and I will. When we get there, I know what I'm going to talk about. But no process has been undermined. Nothing untoward has been done. People are speculating, isn't it? Because they think that this was it. But you sit in your home and you're able to determine what has been, delivered or something. That is so wrong. You don't make conclusions on that. You need to do proper interrogation. Ask yourself question that this whole thing, was it able to influence a certain process? And the places there.
There is no relationship between you and the officers to warrant a document. You don't know them.
You don't know them. So why would you want to give an envelope to them, Honorable?
So if I see you, do I have to know you before I do you a favor? Assuming, so that question doesn't even arise. So there shouldn't be any relationship before, And I'm saying that I've not influenced anybody negatively to turn the vote of the people in a certain direction.
So are you going to accept, for instance, an invitation from the IGP or the police to investigate this?
I've answered this question already, so there's no need, respectfully, there's no need me to belabor the point. Oh, but he asked the question earlier when I did that. Nothing wrong has been done. So people should... I'm hoping that my candidate wins, and he will win fair and square. And I'm hoping that it's going to be a convincing win. And this is politics. I know some of my friends even send it to me and they're laughing, So, me, I'm a psychologist, and I'm not bothered at all. But I respect Ghanaians and all those who are raising these issues with good intent. I don't have any promise about that. But you use the word spin. People will spin, and they know that what happened was not to undermine the process, but they also spin for some political. The point is that even without this Ombeka, I think some motor report elsewhere people are exaggerating a whole lot. So I say there people will have reasons to, So
when you say you are not bothered, does it mean that this incident here does not affect you in any way as far as your political career is concerned?
Me say I've not done anything wrong. You need to prove that I've done something wrong. My political career, how would this affect my political career? Have I killed somebody? Have I done something untoward and all that? Please. You know what I mean? Because I respect you, that was why I compromised to do that. Because I respect, you know what I mean, Ghanaian, that's why I've done that. But I'm saying that...
From the narration you gave us, you said it was a document.
A document.
No, listen to me well. I'm saying that I've done nothing untoward about this process. I'm saying that those who are suggesting that, for example, there was something in the envelope, don't have any evidence to say that. No, sorry, I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
So definitely there was something in the envelope, but not a document.
But not document.
I'm saying that I've not done anything negative to undermine the process. That's it. Yeah, that's
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable.
Thank you. You saw in your shot the MP for Kwadaso, Professor Kingsley Nyako.
Okay, so that there is Ohemin Teria. We've learned a few things. We'll come to unpack it. Gentlemen, hold on. Because Ohemin is coming back into the conversation now. He did that interview. His camera has captured that video, and he's joining us now to fill it in. Because there are parts of this that we may have missed or lost in translation. Let's hear him out. Ohemin, thanks very much. First of all, did he give you clarity on what was in the envelope? I think he confirmed it was an envelope. The question is, what was in it? You asked that question many times. This was a conversation that happened, and part of it happened before we went live. So tell me, did we miss anything? Did he tell us what was in the envelope?
So, Evans, as far as Professor Kingsley Nyako is concerned, he refused to disclose the contents of that envelope. Just to say that at a point he wanted to sway us to say it was a document, but when we pointed out to him that it was an envelope, then he confirmed it was an envelope, but he wouldn't want to disclose the content of that envelope, except to say that when he's invited by the police, he will disclose what may be contained in that particular envelope. But he didn't also say the envelope was an empty one. Definitely it contained something, but he refused to disclose the content of that particular envelope, which has been the bone of contention and has been a topic for discussion even here in Ejiso. So many people are discussing it, asking questions as to what could be involved as far as the envelope is concerned, Evan.
Okay. So that was essential clarity that I wanted, whether he gave any sense of what was in his envelope. I mean, thank you very much and great reporting. Stay with us because we're going to be staying with you till we get the results from it. So, gentlemen, let's weigh in now. We now know a few things. He confirmed he gave an envelope because he used the word himself. What was in the envelope? Reporters say you said it was a document. He says, no, it's not a document. I didn't say it was a document.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Don't put my words in my mouth. If I had given an envelope to them, you don't know what is in it. People are speculating it's a spin. Then he says, they asked him the question, you didn't know the people.
Yeah.
So why are you giving them an envelope? He says, well, why? Do I need to know you to do you a favor?
Yeah. That's where the issue begins. Do I need to know you to do you a favor? While you may not have disclosed the content of the envelope, what would constitute a favor in an envelope?
Yeah.
Somebody should help me. What would constitute a favor in an envelope? These are persons you do not know. You say, do I need to know you before I do? And watch the video clearly. He actually does something like, for the two of you. And then puts it, and he was trying to hand it over to them. They do not collect it, so he drops it on the table. What favor is that? Now, Professor Kingsley Nyako, once he admits that this was doing them a favor.
Stay with me, please, because the EC just sent a statement. I want to read it because this is coming in right now.
Okay.
Following the incident that occurred during the conduct of the JoyNews by-election today, Friday, 30th April 2024, the Commission has undertaken preliminary investigations, and this is just breaking out. And so I want to go through this quickly, and I had to interrupt the flow of Winston for this. And this is a statement from the Electoral Commission. Following the incident that occurred during the conduct of the JoyNews by-election today, Friday, 30th April 2024, the Commission has undertaken preliminary investigations. the investigations revealed that the officers at the said polling station, namely for Mesua Pentecost Church polling station, that's the polling station's name, with polling station code F311503, were temporary election officials of the Electoral Commission, recruited to conduct the Ejussu by-election. So they're establishing that they indeed have been recruited and there were officers there, but they are temporary staff. That's the first thing they've established in the investigations. 2, they are Regina Sewa, ballot issuer, and George Sasu, which is what you mentioned earlier, presiding officer. Our investigations further reveal that the man in the video walked to their table and inquired whether they had eaten. Favor. Favor. Are you listening? This is breaking here from the Electoral Commission. The man, they are Regina Sewa, ballot issuer, and George Sasu, presiding officer. Our investigations further revealed that the man in the video, who you just heard there, the Member of Parliament for Kwadaso, Kingsley Nyako, walked to their table and inquired whether they had eaten. He then placed the envelope on the table and asked them to use the contents of the envelope for their lunch, following which he walked away. The Electoral Commission has taken the following actions. 1, withdraw with immediate effect the services of the 2 temporary election officers. 2, held preliminary discussions with the Ghana Police Service to kickstart the process for criminal investigations into the matter. This is signed by Mr. Samuel Tete, Mr. Samuel Tete, Deputy Chairman, Operations at the Electoral Commission. So again, if you're just joining us, the Electoral Commission has conducted preliminary investigations into the video you just watched. The video of Kingsley Nyako, now he's admitted giving an envelope, dropping it on the table. Now we know from the Electoral Commission a few things. The identities of the 2 officers, the EC officers in question. It has been established that they were indeed recruited by the Electoral Commission. One is Regina Sewa, he's a ballot issuer, and the second is George Sasu, presiding officer. Findings. The EC says that the man in question, Kingsley Nyako, 1, he walked to their table and inquired whether they had eaten. First prima facie establishment by the Electoral Commission. He then placed the envelope, so again, they've established it's an envelope, on the table and asked them to use the contents of the envelope for their lunch. Presumes that it contains money.
Yes, money.
Money.
That's a favor.
Money. So asked them to take the contents of the envelope for their lunch. The EC, subsequent to that, and you see that on your screen right now, withdrawn the officers with immediate effect. They've held preliminary discussions with the Ghana Police Service to kickstart a process for criminal investigations into the matter. Gentlemen.
Yes,
Raymond.
First and foremost, this is appropriate conduct. We were worried that the EC was actually stepping in the middle and acting in ways that are unprofessional. The expectation, and I even did not think that, mindful of the fact that this has played out in public and there's a tape back in it, and mindful of the fact that these are, and they go to greater lengths to separate, and people should know the difference. They are election officers.
Not electoral officers.
Yes, and electoral officers. Yeah. So election officers are recruited for elections. Mostly ahead of the election, they open up and ask people to join in. Then they use them for the election. And they are basically saying that these are not our permanent staff. These are people we just recruited for each election. And I also explained that the presiding officer is in charge of the polling station. And the ballot issue, as the name indicates, that will give you your ballot paper to go and do the voting. Now, the other important part is that there is this attempt to pretend we don't know it is Professor Kingsley Nyako. Not only is he a member of parliament, everybody has known him also as a distinguished lecturer in psychology, proud to go into parliament. And it's not in doubt at all. That is why it will be shocking that he'll be the one involved in such an act. The other point which I am happy that AC has now come to give some indication on it will be surprising that the professor brought a document. That's why he said they should not misquote him. And he ended up saying it's a favor. It is pretty obvious to everybody that this is money.
It's money.
You could not have brought food in that small envelope for them to eat, no matter how you want to conceive it. So that's not the lunch money here.
Gentlemen, hold on. There's a lot to unpack from this preliminary outcome, and I know Winston is dying to have a bite. I'll bring you in pretty shortly. But the national organizer of the NPP is with me now. He's on the phone with me. Nana B is on. Hello, Nana. Thanks for your time here on the election headquarters.
Thank you very much, Evans.
And I'll come to the elections because you're just joining when the news is breaking. The Electoral Commission just issued a statement telling us what they found in that video. I'm very, very sure you've seen that video. You've just heard, if you haven't, I can read it again, what the EC has found as to why the envelope was dropped, etc. How is the party responding to this, considering that it is your member of parliament who was doing this, presumably in your name?
Evans, thank you once again. Good evening. The party, at the moment, is focused on the judicial by-elections. We are, at this moment, concentrating on our internal collation processes. For me personally, I've not even seen the video. I've been moving around the judicial constituency from this morning. So I've not seen it. Maybe we can speak about it tomorrow, but we were all focused. I mean, this is a big day for us. It's a by-election, so I will not be focusing on said video which is circulating. And again, you have just read out the EC's statement. So I think that should be it. The EC is an independent body. They have gone into it. They've issued a statement. They said they've referred the matter to the Ghana police. And I think it's within their right to do so.
And considering the gravity of what has happened, and I know you say you're focusing on elections, but in these matters such as this, what does your own internal processes say? What do you do?
I cannot speak to it. I've not seen the video. I've not spoken to Professor Kingsley Nyako. I don't have the facts. It would be unfair and wrong to make any comment on this particular matter. What is important is that lawyer Kwabena Boateng is winning this election by some 5,000 votes from our internal collation processes. And as I said yesterday, at an interview with you yesterday, I told you that we are going to have a clear win. And that is exactly what is happening.
But this whole incident confirms for many people that there have been vote buying in the constituency on a massive scale. At least this one was caught on video.
No, say it again.
I'm saying this video, now that the EC have established that, monies was given to buy food, presumably, many will look at that as a confirmation that there was vote buying on the part of the MPP in the constituency today.
Evans, I cannot speak to it. What I can speak to is the fact that lawyer Kwabena Boateng has won the elections in a judicial constituency, and I think that should be what should be discussed at this moment. I mean, you've read it. I've said that I've not seen it. I will look at it, and then maybe we can have a discussion tomorrow. I mean, it's a running story, but for now, lawyer Kwabena Boateng has won the judicial constituency with a clear, a majority, with some 5,000 votes, which is a decent answer. And that is what we need to be discussing. And honestly speaking, I will not want to focus because I've not seen it. I've not seen the video. I've not spoken to Professor Kingsley Nyako. Yes, you've read out the EC statement. That is fine. The party will look at it. And I'm very sure that we will come out of our position afterwards. But good night. Lawyer Kwabena Boateng is the MP elect for a usual. And that is the most important thing.
And Nanabi, please stay with me. And our viewers joining us right now from the Joy Prime. If you're watching us right now, welcome. Welcome to a coverage of the Jusu by-elections. Polling ended at 5 p.m. This is our results show. Our viewers joining us on Joy Prime, welcome to our coverage. We're going to stay with you till 8 when we hope that the results would have been declared and we'll bring in reactions too. Already, we're speaking there to the national organizer of the NPP. If you're also listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM, thanks for staying with us. Here is your election headquarters. And for many of you joining us from around the world, watching us on many social media platforms, thanks for staying with us. Nanabi, you were talking about the outcome of tonight's elections. You say your internal collation puts your candidate in a clear victory. And you actually go ahead to quote a particular number of votes. What does it say? What is it that your internal collation is showing tonight? As at this point, with an hour, 2 hours after the polls ended.
Evans, are you?
Yeah. I'm talking to you about. You mentioned your internal collation, and that your internal collation puts him with a certain figure. What figure is that? Yeah, what figure is that?
Oh, we are talking about after about 196 polling stations, our candidate is almost about 26,000, whilst our opponent is around 21,000 thereabout. So, and then we have 205 polling stations. So, I can confirm that from our internal coalition center, lawyer Boateng is the MP-elect, or just with a decent margin. And that is why yesterday I was saying that info analytics, I keep saying it, and I don't know why sometimes you give them publicity. Because they said it was going to be a slim margin. And I told you that that was a discredited pool. Somebody sits in the comfort of the living area and then churn out figures. So once again, just like they predicted wrongly in our internal elections during the presidential primaries, they failed again. Right? So we won the election and we won with a decent margin. So from 5,000. And I'm even hoping that it will hit 6,000 vote gap.
There's a mistake. Okay. Nabi, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And that, Nabi there, remember that the numbers that he quotes, they are NPP numbers. They are not EC numbers. These are internal collation numbers he's mentioned there. And I'm mentioning that just so that you know what value to place on it. This is your election headquarters. We are waiting for the certified results from the Collation Center. And you will hear it here because our men on the ground will get it for you. And when we tell you, that will be it. But that every party does this. So this is not new. A Duomis team would have done their own collation. We'll be speaking to them too, just to get a sense of where they also are tonight in terms of their own collation. We'll be going back to the Collation Center, where we now know that a lot of the polling station results are going for the declarations to happen. And very quickly, Raymond, you have something to say about the statement, or we'll hear from Winston? Yes.
There's a mistake in there. The EC says, following the incident that occurred during the conduct of the Jusu by-election today, Friday, the 30th of April, 2024. Today is Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. So the Electoral Commission, this is not Friday. Okay. But Evans, it's also important. So how much?
Yeah, the letter is dated 30th April. I think they got it the day
wrong. So yes,
the day wrong.
They got the day wrong. But it's also important we know how much was given to these two. It is not enough saying
it's lunch.
Go and buy lunch, because lunch. There's lunch and there's lunch.
What is lunch and what is lunch?
If you say go and buy lunch, okay, and you have clear mind, which is something you don't even have to do at a polling station.
Yes, that's true.
You don't have to do that at all. Even if you know me and I am an election officer, you don't give me lunch. And I should be bold enough to say, I won't take it, go. Even if you, Evans Mensah, you met me at because that is something that must not happen at all. So the motive itself is problematic. And that's why I say it's important for us to know how much these people were giving. And you see, you could hear Professor Nyako constantly, I did nothing wrong. If I want to bribe people, I won't bribe people in public.
That's not the point.
That's not, who says that's the issue? The issue is that you go to a polling station, the presiding officer and the ballot issuer. Look, for all of us who have been engaged in elections right from the student level, the ballot issuer in the student election is the most important person.
Yeah.
Because the ballot issuer can actually give you 2 and 3 if he knows who you are and where you belong. Okay? What was Professor Nyakon's motive? Whatever it was, he just...
But he told you the motive. He said he did them a favor.
A favor?
Yeah.
You're doing election officials a favor by...
In return for what?
In return for what?
That's a good question.
But even if we perceive that he's supposed to be feeding them, has he fed all the election officials on the ground in the 204 polling stations?
Fair question. But this is the only part that was captured on the
yes,
video.
So who is actually feeding the rest of them and doing them the favor here?
And was this done deliberately? And was he the only one doing it?
And in any
There's
case,
a lot of questions.
I also see, I have a difficulty with how close he got to the officials. I don't know what that table is for. But if that table is part of the polling area, why is a member of parliament not, because he doesn't vote in the area? He's not part of the election. How is he able to access that restricted area?
Exactly.
And have that conversation with them so that I can drop the envelope there. So, I mean, there are so many questions about this process. It doesn't look like, and his explanations are also a bit problematic. In fact, they are almost like, I admit I gave them something, but what I gave them was not to influence them.
And then he said, well, you go.
Seeking, among other things, to dismiss the bribery part. So there's an element where you have to show proof that this was to influence somebody. But the person we are talking about here, the role matters. First, they are conducting an election, a very serious election for that matter. They are keen to making decisions that may influence the election. And let nobody, including Dr. Sibokwaku, say it's not possible. See, the presumption here is that if you have a very...
Okay, quickly. It has been corrected.
Yeah,
it has been corrected. It has been corrected.
It has been corrected.
It has been corrected.
Brilliant.
So
but the
just
other
been sent to the
question,
updated
who's
one.
in possession of this particular envelope anyway?
And I was going to say that.
Yes.
Because the EC statement presumes that the officers accepted
know
it.
the content.
Yeah, because I assume that EC, the 2 officers are their recruits. So readily, they can have access to them in their preliminary investigations. And asking the question, what was this? I'm presuming that these 2 officers would have told EC that he gave us the money for food.
Yes.
And if that is what he told them, it means they actually accepted it.
But the very first justification we heard from Dr. Sibokwaku, which I felt was prejudicial, was that they didn't touch the envelope.
Yeah, but he didn't know. He was just commenting on something that had just here.
Yes, but I mean, he said so.
Yeah.
The narrative of your officers actually suggests that we know the content of the envelope. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And it is in furtherance of something that we do know. I am interested in knowing who is in possession of that key evidence, the envelope that contains the money.
Yeah, I mean,
because at the end of the day, to prove to them that indeed he tried bribing them.
Did they accept the contents of the envelope?
If they,
and we're using contents because those are the words of the... Did they accept it? Did they buy food with it? How much exactly was the amount in that? I mean, there are a lot of questions.
How much was... I mean, of course, these are things... And to add to the point you make, what business? I mean, if you are an observer in an election, do you go asking people whether they've eaten?
Yeah.
Is that
And these are not even your party agents. These are EC officials.
EC officials.
Who are being catered for by the Electoral Commission.
Yes.
Anyway, there isn't any part of it that said that they accepted it.
Yes.
But
they say they've been giving money.
They didn't return it.
Okay, so they've been
we don't know that too.
No, hold on. They didn't return it.
I mean,
that's why I'm asking who is in possession of the evidence.
Exactly.
You heard a member of parliament. You heard a member of
He
parliament.
left.
He left. He said, I dropped it.
Yes.
And left.
But the video we saw,
he left.
They didn't touch it at least in the shop.
They didn't touch it there. But the point is that this is the thing. The Electoral Commission then acts and withdraws them. This, you can argue, is only to bring credibility to the process. So these persons. But if the Electoral Commission say they've been totally... Now, let me go through the statement again. The part that you read that said that they're not going to be part of the Electoral Commission's this thing. I just want to read that part.
I can read it for you.
Yes, read it for me.
Okay, so he says that, is it the withdrawal? The withdrawal?
Yes.
It says the Electoral Commission has taken the following action. 1, withdraw with immediate effect the services of the 2 temporary election officers. Held preliminary discussions with the Ghana Police Service to kickstart the process for criminal investigations into the matter. Is it the part?
If the Electoral Commission now hands them over holds discussions with the Ghana Police Service to commence criminal investigations, if any, it will tell you that in the Electoral Commission's own sense, there is prima facie, there's evidence for further investigations. There's evidence for criminal investigations. Why would the Electoral Commission have evidence for criminal investigations, if any? Because these persons are in possession of the money.
Presumably.
Well, because the Electoral Commission says,
the transaction
these are
is
funds.
important. I can tell you, Evans Mensah, I have intentions of bribing you.
Yes.
Whenever you actually are doing any work, let me know. I'll bribe you so that you do it in my favor. But when I do some evidence to back it, like giving you money or doing a transfer in pursuit of that decision to bribe you, it takes it a step forward. I have taken action, which is what will be presented. So somebody in possession of that evidence, because now it will be the EC officer's word against the man's own. Because the man did not explain that. I asked them, were they hungry? He did not give all that detail.
But he told us publicly that he did a favor them for a favor.
Which was
doing them a favor.
hesitant in saying, and the favor can vary on different levels. Maybe the EC officers had lost their document somewhere. He found the document and brought to them. Listen, I don't want you to be going.
But he disputed that it was document.
Yes,
he disputed it.
In this case, we can only agree that there's an envelope we have seen because they are not saying there's money
And
in
there's
there.
money, but the AC says there's money. So
Brilliant.
The AC didn't say there's money.
No,
The
the
AC
AC says that. See, they are playing games around this
the content.
Oh, no, hold on.
Contents of it
For
was
lunch.
given to them for lunch.
But what will he give it? Why? Is he going to give them a coupons?
Chips.
To go and buy food. Watch this. Yeah. The presiding officer will not leave the
That's true.
He's not going to leave.
Yeah.
So if
He's
the
the boss
presiding
at the
officer,
police station.
if he's not going to
He
leave
can
the
send
police
somebody to buy the food with a check.
Hold on. Oh, he can send somebody. So that's the point. If he's not going to leave the polling station, what was he giving him? The EC, it is the EC's responsibility to
And
provide
EC supplies food
for the
its
presiding
officers.
officer.
Maybe the food isn't enough.
Yes, well, if the food isn't enough, that's not your business.
No, but more seriously, the fact that we're even laughing about it is a tragedy now.
No,
this is a very serious matter.
Yeah.
This is a very democracy at stake here. This is a national election. This is not a party primary, right? Even if the party primary is bad enough. This is a by-election that will determine who will represent 160, even far more. In fact, we are talking about 180, 190,000 people in a constituency. And we have a case of what appears to be vote buying.
Yes.
And they are not only, well, those are allegations we haven't verified, buying voters.
Yes.
They are attempting to influence election officers.
And Evans,
that is serious.
Individual voter. It's not as serious as the guys organizing
The referee.
Yes.
The referee. This is, and the EC says, and the reason why this really is a bit unprecedented. Look, I have covered elections for 20 years.
Target voters.
When was the last time, Winston, you had the Electoral Commission confirming that they've handed, their officers have been given envelope by a member of parliament who says they should take the money while the voting is happening.
I haven't heard that before.
To go and buy food.
No.
The EC investigates, establishes that it happened, and says, while the voting is happening, withdraws them and gives them over to the police. I haven't heard that before.
And you see, this is happening because, and the brazen nature of it is because it is being seen largely as an internal election. You look at it keenly. If there was an NDC agent there, you see the kind of hell that raised immediately. Exactly. Even Kingsley would not have dared go close to the place because who would allow you to do that? What? Imagine the guy is going to influence or purporting or hoping to influence the presiding officer and the ballot issuer. They would have stopped the election process right there and asked that the gentleman be replaced with people they trust or cancel the votes entirely. Even if this is a clean election at the end of the day and there's a declaration to that effect, anybody can still raise the matter and ask the question, how many other 204 areas?
Very legitimate. You may not have evidence for that, but this is enough.
Yes.
Right, one polling station, of course, the question then becomes, if you give all the votes in the polling station to one candidate, would it make a difference in the poll? It's a question I know the courts will ask.
No. It's important. Why not?
No, it's important,
yes,
of course,
because
but
this is first past the post. A single vote matters.
I know.
What's the name of the member of parliament?
I'm talking about
precedent.
precedent.
An MP was in parliament
I'm
with
talking
just
about
3
precedent.
votes.
Our Supreme Court has asked that question.
Yes.
Our Supreme Court has asked that question about numbers. Does it change the outcome?
No, it doesn't, but it questions the integrity of the election.
I agree 100%. I agree 100%.
It's the integrity. And I mean, look, if today, anybody who loses this election can say that this election has not been free and fair.
And adduce as evidence what happened in that single
and say, do you know what may have happened
elsewhere?
Now, watch this carefully, Evans. So, did Kingsley, and he's a psychologist, he teaches educational psychology.
Yes.
Did he plan this before going to the polling center? Because he puts his figures.
You must have bought an envelope.
But
you must have counted the money.
He knows how
you
much.
You must have opened the envelope. You must have put in the envelope. You must have sealed it. You must have put it in your back pocket. You must have walked. You must have reached out. And watch. Before he dropped it, he dangles it. Please show it again. Show the video. He dangles it, and the officers did not respond. Nobody reached out. And then he drops it. Right? So watch the video there.
He's in a chat with them.
He's in a chat with them.
And in the chat, you see how his fingers move?
Yes. So here's
watch
the thing.
this.
So he then dangles it, nobody takes it, and then drops it.
Mumienu, the two of you. See? The two of you. For the two of you. Then he leaves it. But the point is that, so before he got there, did he know what he was going to do?
It was pretty obvious.
So you can see. So did he have a plan?
He didn't even check the amount.
No.
It was pre-packaged.
Yeah, pre-packaged. He knew the amount, obviously.
Yeah.
He knew the amount.
What does that tell you?
Premeditated.
That it's not something that came up and realized that this guy has asthma, ulcer.
So how did he know when he was leaving home and count the money that they were hungry?
Brilliant. I mean, of course, if you have been in the elections, sometimes when the agents go there, and it happens mostly during the registration exercise, when they go around, in order to favor their people, for example, if I go and bash people from an area, and I suspect that Winston may not be cooperative in getting them registered, I will try to influence, and that's how I even influence my opponent's people by sharing money or food to all of them. So that when it comes to making a decision or questioning whether or not Winston is qualified to register at this polling station, they may be soft on it. But I have not seen with my own eyes on the ground during an election, perhaps the two most important people, if you take these two
It's not perhaps.
The other people are the verification officer.
Yeah.
That one, your finger is put on the tin, he checks, then there's verified, the sound comes out. But the guy who gives the ballot is giving you the power to go and actually vote.
The presiding officer
the gentleman
is the equivalent of G-Mensa at the polling station.
So
that's how powerful he is.
Yes. He can, in the counting of the ballots, he can do things. In the accounting for the ballots, that pin sheet, collation sheet, he can actually make, not deliberate, or make mistakes, which will inure to one...
Transpositional error.
Yes, to one person's benefit or the other. These are possibilities in our election, and let nobody pretend that they don't exist. If people want to do that kind of thing, they can do it. But to go and me, I'm even worried about how anybody can invade that space. Because if I check what happened in Baltimore during the MPP's own internal election, how they had separated candidates and everybody from the main election, that if you're not really going to go through the polling, it is difficult to access the people who are involved in this. How they can get them and talk to them and have a conversation about their
He is not an agent.
Yes.
And you see...
And if it were to be an agent, would have been there from the beginning.
Exactly. But even in an election, and I've seen elections where candidates want to even talk to the presiding officer, he invites sometimes other agents sometimes to be witnesses to the discussions. Because the presiding officer wants to at all points be seen as neutral. His integrity must be intact at all points. Because you don't want to do anything which could jeopardize the process.
And since you're talking about presiding officer, I want to play that video again, because the conversation with the officers did not begin, not here. Let's begin from when he started walking in, because you begin to see that the presiding officer wasn't at the table. He walks.
So he called him over.
He walks here. You see, he walks and then comes to the table. He wasn't there. It was the ballot issuer who was there at the beginning.
An attempt to explain something. Like, check the ballot issuer's ballot act. Check the number of ballots that have been issued already. I get the point, and I'm getting your point.
Yeah. So this is where he was.
I'm sure he asked the question, how many people have voted so far?
And what, this is important, because the presiding officer is the first to encounter Kingsley Nyako.
Yeah.
There's
a policeman.
There's a police officer right behind them. watching on. He then walks, Kingsley Nyako and himself, they had a conversation. He walks with him all the way to where the ballots are being issued. You see that?
Yes. Yes. To check a ballot slot like the pack, to see the number, because on that number you will see, because it's numbered properly with serial numbers, you will see whether or not 50 or 120 or 30 people have voted at the polling station, or we have issued out this number of ballots on the day. And it's so clear that he actually spoke to him about that.
And in all through, it's the presiding officer who is responding to
the questions. Because he's in charge of the place, that's without doubt. But then he finishes that first conversation and apparently have a conversation about food if it's supposed to be the case. Because the first question about food cannot be the question that took the man from the beginning of the table or the entry into the polling station to the tail end. It cannot be. It's so obvious there might have been other questions asked before the transition from that end to the...
What actually necessitated that movement? What did Kingsley tell the presiding officer that got him to... What was he going to show him?
Yes. I suspect it
what
could
was
be
he going to show him?
On the, how do you call it? So beginning of an election, they take the first serial number, and when they finish with the last, they take the last one, so that we can track the ballot papers to see whether or not those are the ones in the ballot box. It could, from that list, when they're taking it out, you could see the number taken out there to see whether 300 and 250 of the ballot papers or slips have been taken off. Sometimes, if you're not lucky and there are additional ones, you may not know, because there could be about 4 or so packs there. But what I see the man doing, what I see the presiding officer doing, is now looking at the number on a single slab. They taking out what they call it, ballot papers.
Ballot papers, yeah.
To see the number. And he communicates something to the member of parliament.
Yeah.
I suspect he asked, oh, how many people have voted so far? Okay, let me show you. These are the numbers that have voted so far. That is what I suspect might have transpired there. Then beyond that, there's another conversation. This is perhaps why they can agree or perhaps say that he asked about whether they have eaten. And they might have said, no, we have not eaten. Because that would be the only explanation that will warrant
give me money.
And I like the fact that they may have said, but this is the other point also. So,
like the fact they may have said no.
Raymond says they may have said.
Yes, because clearly.
Now we don't know.
We don't know, yeah.
But this is the other point. So, which other polling stations did he visit?
True.
Before he came here.
Before he came here.
Or other people.
Or after he left, this particular polling station. Did he do same? Okay? Because you can see him pulling the envelope from his back pocket. And which other members of his party could have done same? You see, it may be only Kingsley. It may be other people. And for me, this is where the problem is.
That is why a wide investigation, a probe of the activities on the ground. And you see, anybody will ask for this, and it's legitimate because you have some few months to the main election. A probe to determine whether or not this was widespread or just curtailed to the single center.
I think you're onto something there.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Because then you guarantee the people that
in other words,
nowhere else
where else was he seen?
And
which other polling station was he seen?
So we can say that from 7 o'clock till 8, 9 or 11, Kingsley Nyako appeared on only one polling station.
Or he was in 5 polling stations.
Yes, or in 5. In all the 5, there is no evidence that he went even close to the polling center in a way that he could speak to the people. He never met any of the officers of the EC, and so there's no need to interrogate the other factors. But somebody must do the initial inquiry, and it must not end with what we have evidence for alone, because there are bigger questions at play. There are bigger motive questions at play.
And let me ask the question, Winston. Surprised that from the interview he granted us, he's admitted a lot of things himself. It's 7:25 now. There's no record, no evidence yet that he's been called, he's been arrested, he's been charged, he's been questioned. But the officers have been, that's understandable, of course, they were the referees in the matter. Surprised that Kingsley Nyako himself is still walking free, considering the gravity of what has happened. We don't have any record yet. And I know the police service. If they've done something about it, they would have issued a statement by now, I would have seen it.
Yeah, exactly. By now.
But this happened before a police officer.
Before a police officer.
Standing right there.
The man was standing just a few seconds.
Let's even say that police officer doesn't have is not bold enough to do.
Or maybe he didn't see the money. He didn't see the envelope.
Well, okay, let's say he didn't see it.
He didn't see it.
For purposes of argument, he didn't see it. Now, this is the same police service that people on social media say, oh, Ghana Police Service, this man is doing this. Then, he's picked up.
Oh, yeah.
And has it been his
It's very
They
possible
have followed up enough videos to arrest people.
Look,
yeah, I know, but it's very possible this has happened, and then a statement is on his way. I don't know.
Let me tell
It's
you
very
something.
possible.
But we don't know.
got to
See,
know
we
this.
would have gotten to know. We've seen an interview of Kislinyak even daring the people that people should take me on if
Yes.
I've done something.
Yeah, he said the IGP,
Yes,
likes
yes,
invite
yes,
him,
yes.
he's going to come. So at the time we're doing this interview, the police have not reached out to him.
Somebody, sent it to me. I think before 12. And someone sent this video.
Yeah, this happened in the morning.
In the morning, before 12.
Yeah.
Right after the Super Morning Show, someone sent this to me. So I was with Samuel and I was with you. And we said, look at what's happening there. After 10 a.m., that's when I saw it. It is now almost 7:30. Oh, come on. I am surprised. Because this is the police service that would, someone holds a gun and the person says, oh, Ghana police service, have you seen this guy with a gun, what? Then they quickly
Or
would
even
say,
boasting about doing things that are not lawful.
Then they go for the person. So on that note, you respect the police. And the man is actually saying, if you think I have done anything wrong, take me on. Because I did it in public. I have no bad motive. I just did them a favor. Can't I see you and do you a favor?
And again, even though he's member of parliament, he's not on his way or coming out of parliament.
No.
He's really roaming in the Joso, very far from parliament anyway. So there can be an excuse why we have not heard from the legitimate authorities of state who are supposed to investigate this matter. And I think that the EC can be commended for the swift response, even if we have difficulties with how they have responded to this and the content of the message they have put out there. There is still room for improvement on the EC side, but they have said something. Yeah. We have not heard anything from the police. So ideally, a police officer would have been asked, the one on the ground, to write an incident report on this particular incident. Yeah, except the police institution does not consider this as an incident. Because there's a man...
It may have happened.
Well...
We don't know yet. Well... It may have happened.
Well, but we know how the police will engage. But now their Facebook page would have been littered with something briefly.
I must say that this is a test for the Ghana Police Service. This is a test. This is the clearest evidence yet when it comes to vote buying at a very high level. This is a member of parliament who is seen, especially because of the EC's preliminary investigations. If it were just at the level of us talking about the video, it's fine, we're speculating. But EC comes with a fair degree of certainty, having spoken to its own officers, what transpired, treating it. It is exactly what this is.
It's a serious offense.
It's a serious offense. It's well defined in our laws. If it's about food, it is well defined in our laws. There's a term for it. And look, this is, and many have said that if this was a country in which people were serious, this MP currently should be serious before a host of officers being interrogated. I mean, immediately, officers should be in the constituency tracing where he's been the entire morning and asking people, did you see him So these are things that we need to look at. And we'll be talking to the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers pretty shortly, because I know they've been watching this space. We'll hear from them. We'll also hear from Ediomi's own people, and I want to hear from them on this. How do they intend to approach this particular matter? Because they stand to lose a lot in this. I mean, if you're checking if indeed it's had any influence on and the thing about Kingsley Nyako.
There's something that somebody has said, that the first act, when they first met, when the member of parliament first met the presiding officer, the policeman was just behind them. Just behind them. The interpretation could mean that he saw that this conversation cannot happen before the policeman.
Okay, so they have
let's move it to a corner where he's a bit removed from it so that we can get different views and perspectives on this matter. So that we can transact our business without the prying eye of the police officer being just around us. That's a possible interpretation, which can be put to rest if the police had arrested and interrogated the man.
Let's just watch the video again. I mean, you would see something. So watch.
That's the video.
Watch the video again. Okay, watch the video again. And let's see the part that, he takes out the envelope. Let me just check that part again. Check that part again, and then...
I know where you're going. I've received lots of messages on this.
Yes, I want to see something. I want to see if there was any direction as to what he should do.
From one of the officers?
From one of the officers. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Let's see.
So the one cleaning the hand. Oh, he has to put it down.
There's a hand.
He has to put it down.
There's a hand. There's a hand.
Oh, yes.
So that's the presiding officer.
Yes, he has to put it down.
No, but can you categorically conclude that that was it?
No.
There's definitely a hand. Let's watch again.
Watch this.
There's definitely a hand. Okay.
Yeah.
There's definitely a hand that hits the table.
Twice, and the money's dropped on the table.
See,
So the first time I saw it, I thought there was a document there that he was referencing.
A rejection. Could have been, oh, no.
Yeah.
No. The body language will not be, you put it on the table.
Yeah, the twice.
Yes.
The twice. It appears the middle finger.
Yeah.
The middle finger hits the
and
table
twice.
twice.
A pen or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pen to it too. Let's watch this again. You see the presiding officer with a pen right there, twice. Immediately hits the table twice, the envelope drops. The envelope drops, of course.
So it's indicating where you should put the money. It doesn't, you see, it doesn't connote rejection. It doesn't connote, I am not taking your money. I hope you get my point.
Yeah.
Because we know that if you don't want the money, you can tell the person that, no, sorry, we don't do that here. And that's clear cut. And the body language would have suggested that. What this suggests to me is that you put it on the table so that people do not see that they are transacting. You are handing over to me and I'm taking it from your hand. That is the only difficulty or this explanation I come to or interpretation I can put to this transaction. Just over the shoulder of a human terrier.
You know, my producers kept telling me that's what happened. But I mean, it's
that's what.
It's so difficult to just make the point that they actually, the presiding officer almost demanded for it and actually guided him to put the money there because that is so substantive to the outcome of the investigation.
So, possibly, there was a policeman behind us. So let's move to a safer spot. We move to a safer spot. At the safer spot, there's also transactional elements involved. So please put it on the table so that I'm not seen touching it.
And we'll be going back to Ejisu pretty shortly. We want to, at this stage, we believe that a lot of the polling centers would have taken their results to the Collation Center. And that's where the action is. We'll be going back there very shortly for you. But I want to bring in Paula Brampa with the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers and also with the CDD. He joins me right now. Paul, thanks for your time here on your election headquarters. And since we're on this subject of the video that everybody has seen, and I'm assuming you've seen it too, Codeo, where do you stand on what must happen now?
Good evening, my brother, and let me say very good evening to our listeners. Some of these pictures are very much important to us at Codeo because then it buttresses some of the findings that we've been bringing up over the years. In 2016, 2012, we mounted special project to monitor abuse of incumbency. We developed guidelines from the Constitution, from the Article abuse of incumbency, but the political parties kept challenging our reports. So some of these things just come up to buttress some of the findings that they have been challenging when we see this physically happening.
And Paula Brampa, the point about this, though, when you look at what we've seen today, the EC has issued a statement. One, they've reported it to the police. Two, they have also withdrawn their officers. Immediately it happened. What do you say about the EC's intervention so far?
Improving. I've had occasion to blame the EC's communication department, that they always allow people to set agenda for them. And just yesterday, I was discussing this on another media platform, why the EC did not even take the little reports, the mention of the BVDs, as they said, why the EC, in responding to auctioning some obsolete equipment, could not quote the media platform through which they publicize it. They could not quote who and who came out. So always the EC has been late and comes up to respond when somebody has set the agenda. So this is improving. This is very much apt, and I think they should go that way as soon as issues happen. Because in elections, what makes people accept election results is the confidence and trust they have in the Electoral Commission. So some of these things are proactive, and I think they need to continue on that line.
Okay. And in terms of now this is a subject of, well, not yet, that must be a subject of police investigations. Does this affect the integrity of the entire poll? You are election monitors. when you have a case like this with video evidence in one polling center, will that amount to negating everything that's been done in the entire constituency in terms of its credibility, the poll's credibility?
My brother, we've had opportunity to have 2 court cases around the results of our elections, one in 2013, one in 2021. And the key determinant of whether entire election results should be cancelled or not is the impact that one singular issue could have on the entire electoral process. Can it have any input but end the results or speak against the results? That's the determinant that the court have been that, and that's the standard that every election goes about. For example, if reports that ballot materials could not get to a certain polling center at required time, then we ask ourselves the delay. What impact did the delay have on the entire voting day from 7 to 5 o'clock? I don't think this singular issue, even though worth investigating, can mar the electoral or the election results in the constituency. But of course, as we said, since it's in the hands of the investigators, we shouldn't preempt the outcome. So we should wait for whatever the outcome will be, so we'll take it from there.
And for that polling station and the ballots that are already being cast there, what is the most appropriate thing to do now if indeed one of the candidates in this contest decides to challenge the results there?
Don't forget, in every polling station, we have 3 different or 4 different categories of people at the polling station. We have the Electoral Commission staff, official staff, and even them, they are very categories, about 4 or 5 of them. We have the candidate agents in the polling center. We have the observers at the polling center, then we have the security at the polling center. In this kind of investigations, everybody's statement is going to be taken. One person just issued the ballot paper, another stamps it, and another sees that it goes to ballots. Are you saying that the two, that is indeed what is the envelope is bribe? We don't know yet. It's subject to investigation. It's a bribe, it's financial bribe or whatever bribe it is. Can it affect the entire chain of the process up to casting the ballots? So it's some investigations that should go on for us to see. Was the envelope going to be given so that at a counting level, there's some sort of manipulation? Don't forget, in 2012, we issued a statement that some of the spoiled ballots were intentional machination of some of the counting agents. Could it be so it could be so many things that could be read into these things. That's why we have categories of people at the polling centers whose statements are going to be taken, including the interest representatives of the candidate. So we shouldn't rush into conclusion as to what might have happened or what was going to happen.
And also walk me through when you get to a polling station. This is a member of parliament. He's not an agent. And yet he had direct access to the presiding officer who walks with him, shows him what was happening, shows him some of their work that you're doing, and then this happened. He drops the envelope and walks out. In terms of the access, in terms of his access to the officers there, is that standard practice that if you're not an agent, you're not a candidate, you're not an officer, a police officer, you can have this access?
There have been some of these arguments as to sometimes morality and respect to the elderly in constituencies and polling centers. To the extent that we have priorities for chiefs, queens, and some of the recognized and notable personalities in communities. Some of these people go to polling centers for the argument. I did a project in the 2020 elections with the Ejura-Sechidumase constituency because we identified that as one of the hotspots in the country. What we did with the police commander then was that we give special accreditation to people who are expected to enter the polling centers, and we agreed with the political parties that apart from the delegated observers or agents, we don't expect anybody else to go there, and even the vehicles that will distribute food to their agents should be accredited, tagged. And because of that, we're able to reduce incidence of polling station routes at Ejoso Sechidumasi in 2020. So it's some of the things that is there, even though it's not in the Electoral Act, people just give recognition to some personalities, and when they get to, for instance, if a chief is going to vote, definitely everybody will let him pass by the queue and go and vote. If a chief comes to inspect whether there's peace at the polling station, definitely that recognition is be given. So as members of parliament, honorable members, definitely, for instance, if a Edun Ketia is going to go to a polling center, you didn't say because he's not an accredited agent at the center, you don't allow him. So some of these things are there, but as elections go through processes of review, if some of these things start happening, we will review those recognitions and dignity we give to some of the people. Do we strictly go by accredited people to only have access to the polling center? So it will come up as some of these people have started discrediting their own integrity, probably in the review processes, it will come up to probably make it strict as to who should have access to the polling centers.
And you make a very important point there about this should trigger reforms, because the coalition, that by the way is Paul Abrampa with the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers. I want to go to Ejoso now. I want to bring in Nanaya Ojima, who's standing by with us now from the Collation Center. And all eyes now on the Collation Center, because that is where the final results will be declared. MPPs claiming that they've won this. Let's see if they have. Nanaya Ojima, what can you report?
Evans, we are within the St. Anthony Catholic Church here at Ejoso, and things are ongoing here. That's the collation are ongoing here. Within or behind me are the officials of the Electoral Commission, from the head of the EC in the Ashanti region, Benjamin Banobio, to all top officials of the EC within the region are all seated, going through the pink sheets that they've received from the various polling stations. And if these polling station results are certified, that is when they input it into the computers to make sure that the collation is done. So far, we don't have a clear picture of how many polling stations that have gone through the process and have passed the process yet. But what we know is that they are diligently going through the figures that have been received from the polling stations. There's a table set up outside this auditorium where all of the officers from the polling stations bring in their materials, including the pink sheet. And when the EC officials there take these materials, especially the pink sheet, which is the point of interest, they bring them in here, bring it to the huge table set up behind me, and these results, the officials receive them and go through them, and if it is certified, that is when they input it there into the projection that we've seen there. So now you can see some figures are now being input there too. So it means that these figures have been certified by the Electoral Commission. We have representative of the NPP here. We have the national chairman of the NPP, Mr. Stevens in team. He is seated with his team. To my right, they are seated there, and in front are some of the officials of the Ediomi camp. They are also seated there, led by Hobson Adoye, and Mr. Adoye is the one seated with the EC officials, trying to ensure that the numbers that have come in tallies with what they've already received from the ground. We made efforts to speak to some of them, and they are telling us to exercise some restraint and wait for the EC to go through these figures, certify them, and make a declaration before they grant some interviews. So the results that are being projected here are not stable. The screen is not stable, so I'm unable to take viewers through the results. If my camera can zoom into the figures that we have on the projector screen, it looks like the points that have been projected yet are unable to show the figures. The figures are not yet input there, so I cannot take us through. But I can see that they are doing the inputs for Besianse RC Church, and what I can report now is that for Besianse RC Church, Kwabena Boateng has been given 69. That is the results that is coming in from the various polling stations. These are certified results. Kwabena Boateng had 69. Let's start from Osei Esther, who happens to be the CPP. Unfortunately, the EC officer just rode from that area. But now he's entering. I can see Bauro MAJHS projected there. Gifty Esther Osei had 0. Kwabena Boateng had 272. Then Beatrice Boache, who happens to be the representative of LPG, had 0. Mr. Ediomi, 109. And Fredia Ajaman had 1 vote. So that is results coming in from Bauro. It means that the NPP candidate in the person of Kwabena Boateng won that particular polling station. Unfortunately, the EC official keeps changing the figures or keeps changing the what is being projected because he continues to work on the figures. So unfortunately, I'm unable to take us through the exact figures. But let's go to Abanko, Ejuso Abanko. Kwabena Boateng was able to make 233 votes. Mr. Ediomi had 114 votes. That is Ejuso Abanko. These are certified results that is coming in from the EC's strong room here at Ejuso constituency. So as I said earlier, the EC has set up a table here within the St. Anthony Catholic Church here at Ejuso, which happens to be the Collation Center, and they are taking the results that are coming in from the various polling stations. Also, there's another table set up outside of the auditorium itself, and that is where the polling agents come in with these results, and they are picked there. They are forwarded to the strong room, and it is worked on. The EC go through it to ensure that these are results that they can accept. Once it is certified, they input it into their data that they have in here. So that is what is happening here presently at the Collation Center here in Ejuso. We are unable to give the exact number of polling stations that have come in here at the strong room. Let's go to Domiabra Methodist Primary School. Kwabena Boateng had 112 votes, and Mr. Kwabena Ozu Ediomi was able to make 70 votes. The other aspirants couldn't make any vote from Domiabra Methodist Primary School. This is what we have here at the strong room. I'm sure that in a few minutes, a lot more will trickle in, and we'll be able to appropriately update our viewers here at Ejuso, or give them what is happening here at the EC Collation room here at Ejuso. Over to you, Evans.
Anaya Ojima there, reporting from the Collation Center. We'll stay with him. We'll stay with him with those visuals, because that screen there is going to confirm for us who has won and who hasn't. So far, the certified results is from the Collation, the polling centers to the Collation Center, is 68 out of 204 polling stations. Those have been certified already by the Electoral Commission. And the screens there, when Anaya Ojima was talking about the it's changing. It doesn't mean that the EC is changing the figures. What he's referring to is that on the screen, obviously the EC is tabulating, and they're scrolling the various polling stations as they come. And so, of course, his eyes are fixated on a particular polling center, and then that is scrolled up, and that's what he was referring to there. But we have 69 out of 204 polling stations in. We have a lot more to come before we can say for certainty, with some degree of certainty, who has won the elections tonight. You may already have heard here on your election headquarters from the MPP already declaring that, well, that they have won the elections. They believe that they've won it. And we heard from the national organizer of the MPP who spoke to us a short while ago, Nana B, telling us that they've done their own collation and they believe that they've won the elections. Parties do that. We want to hear from Idiomi's own people too on this particular matter, because they would have their own intelligence as far as the outcome of the poll is concerned. And once we do that, we'll bring that to you. But we picked up on the agent who's representing Idiomi at the Collation Center.
Well, I mean, yes, Naya Juma indicates that Hobson Adoye is there representing Kwabena Usua-Adomi. It's talking about the NPP's national chairman, Stephen Team, also there. So, yeah, that's it.
I'm interested in knowing whether I know the NPP has...
No, but that's not it. I mean, the names mean nothing unless you put it in the context of...
Well, you want to say...
So you want to say, Evans?
I don't want to say.
So let me continue. So you asked me about the agents.
Yes.
Now, if you ask me the next question, so if you want me to analyze the agents, I would move...
Yeah, let's analyze the agents.
Exactly. So I'd move on and say that we know that Hobson Adoye is currently with the Movement for Change. Okay.
I mean, the Alliance for Revolutionary Change now.
Alliance for
Alan Chairman thing.
Change.
Yes.
For change, yes. And so, yes, and when the president was in Jusso, he was, asking the question, is he Afafranto or is he... Chinye.
As in the umbrella.
The umbrella, as in NDC. So if Hobson Adoye is the one representing Kwabena Usua-Adomi, then you can reasonably infer that Kwabena Usua-Adomi associates or is linked to the Afafranto movement or the Alliance for Revolutionary Change.
Or may have personal relations with Hobson Adoye.
With Hobson Adoye.
But I think that's far-fetched. I think...
The personal relations...
personal relations, so he represents you. What a coincidence. He represents you at the Collation Center.
I have a difficulty with the choice. Mm-hmm. And my difficulty, forgive me, is really about putting up your best foot forward. The MPP at this stage is putting up very...
The national chairman.
Yes. Hobson Adoye might have even contested election. But what it takes to actually identify the difficulties with a collation process, I am convinced he doesn't have that. And that's why I would have by now expected that Idiomi would have had his own collation. Because I know for sure the MPP has a collation on the ground doing active work. That is why they can tell you boldly where they are heading. I know that they know the numbers. They have received from basically a chunk, almost 200 as I speak right now, of those polling stations, and they know where the election is heading. I'm not sure whether Idiomi is, and by the choice of Hobson, now there is even Waters might believe in his potent system in ensuring that nothing goes wrong. For a team that had previously raised concerns, for a team that had said there were plots to rig the election, you should be prepared very well with a very wonderful team, proven track record of identifying whether or not collation, because that collation room, nobody can tell you lies about it. It takes extraordinary competence to determine whether or not the calculations are even going well. Maybe he's not the only person there. Maybe he's the known face that journalists can identify as people on the ground. But there are other people that have been part of this process and understand what collation really involves and can identify when something goes wrong at the collation center. Because what they are receiving is seeing pink sheets, seeing and verifying that to be the real pink sheet from the various police stations, the 204, and actually inputting the results. All of that requires that somebody who can indeed, and in fact, establish that there's nothing wrong on this sheet. This sheet reflects the numbers are right. The quotes on it, they are absolute. People on the ground can say this is the same results. That's very important that they are sending so that there is no monkey business up in the collation room. Because if it goes up on the board, challenging it becomes a huge difficulty. Yeah. And I'm convinced Hobson Adoye is not up to that task, really.
Well, another point, I mean, analyzing that is the Alan link there. Now, remember that we were analyzing the beginning and saying to ourselves, okay, who does he align with? Is it NDC or is it who? Well, the president that threw in the Alan factor. So you have Hobson. We know Hobson was Alan's agent in the MPP elections. the primary, wasn't he?
We saw him at the party headquarters.
At the party headquarters, yes. But he was there on behalf of
Alan. Yes.
And I remember MFR Powell speaking to him, and he was making some serious allegations, if anybody remember this.
Yeah, I remember.
And so from an Alan, close, and he's still an Alan person, to now becoming the guy you put at the Collation Center is the guy you trust the most.
Your most trusted ally.
Yeah, the most trusted ally. Considering that the MPP is putting their national chairman of all people there, and then you have Hopes Nadoy, that tells you this tie between Idiomi and Alan is far more than we had actually speculated about. So it's not crystallizing into something. Now, we know that Alan draws his base from the Ashanti region. Mm-hmm. If tonight Idiomi loses, I now see him on December 7 on the ballot as an independent. And he would possibly go in the name of Alan's political party. Now maybe it's too early to go because he's weighing his options, right? But the fact that he's played his hand now with Hopes Nadoy tells us that he's aligned. And that Alan possibly now... Remember when Alan went? There were people who said there are individuals in the MPP.
Who might not have spoken out.
Yes.
Or come out to declare that.
Exactly.
But they are supporting him in ways that you may not know.
Absolutely. I remember doing it, and a party store told me that on PM Express. In fact, the Alan people themselves told me live on PM Express that, listen, we have many more folks in the polling station executives, national executive, MPs, whatever it is, who support us, but have not spoken yet. From what we are seeing now, Idiomi is possibly one of them. And I say possibly, the evidence is now showing that he has obviously somebody in Alan's come there. And again, that's why what the votes he gets tonight will be important, right? If he goes in the 2024 December 7 elections and he goes on the ticket of the movement, who else is going to go with? But also, how much votes is going to pull from the party now that you have an NDC in the race?
I mean,
right? So then you're going to have this Alan person you do will be taking votes from them. And people, and again, it's an interesting point, right? We're analyzing this. If he declares that he's with Alan, does that give him more votes? Because Alan obviously was an MPP guy, took out to the Ashanti region.
Not really. Not really. I don't have the evidence to suggest that by declaring that. In fact, I know that the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, particularly with the national interest movement, even in the 2020 election, the national interest movement was looking for funds and supporting independent candidates. What they sought to do was to support independent candidates that they believed could actually, make it, or even make a statement in the election. So, per that analogy, per that logic, I'm not surprised that you have the, Alliance for Revolutionary Change or the Movement for Change sending one of their members to go and support Idiomi. But I also do know that, in the build up to the elections, even if Idiomi had any links to the Alliance for Revolutionary Change or the Movement for Change, in his own interest, he didn't have to show it.
Now?
Yes, I mean, in the build up to the election.
Yes, yes.
In his own interest, he didn't have to show it. But the moment, and so maybe, I'm not on the ground, I don't know who his agents may have been, and whether his agents were persons associated with the Movement for Change or the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. But whatever it is, even if you want to go for somebody from that movement, I agree with Raymond. The person you want to push forward is not Hopes Nadoy. I'm not sure that his appreciation of elections is like at that level that you want him to go and do that for you.
And then the flip side is the national chairman of the MPP being the Collation Center monitor there. Again, tells you one thing, that the MPP is taking this absolutely seriously.
Of course they are.
They are not joking and playing it all with this. They've sent their big gun there to go and represent them. Even though they know that they've won, there's vigilance.
Yeah.
They claim they've won, there's still vigilance, right? Mm-hmm. You don't want to go to bed and sleep on this job. Now, as we talk about that, it's just struck 8 p.m. We had planned that by 8 p.m. we had anticipated that we'll know the results, right? But from where we are, we're so far away, we haven't even had half half of the polling stations sending in their results yet to be certified by the EC at the Collation Center, which presumes that we possibly do at least an hour more before you know the result. At least an hour more, it could be more. But the beauty of this is that we're going to be staying with you because we need to get the outcome. This is election headquarters. We do not quit until we know the final results and brought you the reactions. We'll bring that to you here on your election headquarters. I'm going to take a break. When I return...
Before you take a break, on a lighter note, we're going to be here until at least 9...
9, yeah, of course, because of PM
then
Express.
we'll transit into PM Express with you.
Yeah. That's fair, that's fair. But whatever it is, we are going to be live with you until the results are declared. Please stay with us. At one return, we're going to be going back to the Collation Center. We will be speaking to some of the key agents there for the party. The national chairman of the NPP himself is leading the charge there, those policing the collation of the final results. We've now seen a key member of the Alliance for Change, Alan's group, Alan's movement, representing Adiomi in that Collation Center. When we return, we'll get some reactions for you here on your election headquarters.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Programme, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, Ron 95 from Petrosol is all I always use. And when I put it in my baby,
Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change interval, and cleaner environment. Kai amfani di kayan de Petrosol zukai. Zaka chiga badeli.
Why? Premium product, clean fuel in full quantity, long lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Use more Petrosol premium products. Bye.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Programme, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support.
2-2.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, Ron 95 from Petrosol is all I always use. And when I put it in my baby,
Yeah. Because you can't be mixing petrol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Purchaser oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change interval, and cleaner environment. Okay, I'm funny the car and the petrol zukai. Zaka chiga badeni.
Why? Premium product, clean fuel in full quantity, long lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Use more petrol premium products via.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey, what's up?
How far with your internship?
To be honest, I'm so nervous about starting this new role on Monday.
Oh, please. I know you'll be great at it. You should be worried about what benefits they have. Example, do they have health insurance?
I doubt they will have that for internet. But no shaking. I have NHIS already.
After you're on a line, ting.
Ina, look at you. What are you going to do in the office when you can just download the app to register for an NHIS membership?
Yes, my people. You heard right. You can now download and register your membership on my NHIS app. No long queues or tedious paperwork. All you need is your Ghana card to register for yourself and for others. Once you register, you get a new digital NHIS card on your phone. My NHIS app gives you access to credentialed health facilities and services across the country. NHIS covers over 95% of disease conditions in Ghana. Access to healthcare just got easier.
Now let me sign up quickly. Miss Seth, I'm starting work next month.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
I've not even moved into. The roofing that was installed less than a year ago has already faded.
I recommended DBS Industries to you, but you said that already asked your nephew to take care of it. DBS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as Colorlink Plus.
So you mean all these beautifully roofed houses were done by DBS Industries? Let's go to DBS Industries. My brother, I understand DBS Industries has installed roofing system that does not fade after installation.
Sir, it's true. It's Colorlink Plus. It is a special roofing system that DBS has imported from Europe. When installed, it does not fade. And due to the faith we have in them, we give our clients a 20-year warranty.
20 years warranty? Look, my house was roofed by a certain company. The sheets have completely faded. If DBS has this unique roofing system, then please uninstall the old one. If it means spending twice on a durable material, it's worth it.
It also leaves your room very cool.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Our stories begin right here, and we never write them alone. There'll be pages we love to read again and again, and some we want to tear out. They are stories of dreamers, stories of creators, stories of strivers, stories of believers, and we're inspired by them all. We invite you to write your story with us. Your story matters absolutely.
Brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better strong.
That's a lie, someone whispered. Where we are going, they are taking us north. They are taking
newsmakers, plus business and technology, health, lifestyle, and art from across Africa. So join us on VOA's Africa 54 every Wednesday through Friday at 2:30 p.m. right here on Joy News. Hello Ghana, I'm Esther Gido-Ewart of VOA's News and Current Affairs program, Africa 54. In 30 minutes, we'll bring you the latest news and newsmakers, plus business and technology, health, lifestyle, and art from across Africa. So join us on VOA's Africa 54 every Wednesday through Friday at 2:30 p.m. right here on Joy News.
Everything has a meaning.
If you recklessly and maliciously... Chairman of the MPP, Stephen team.
Also Domi are splitting and leaving the camp. And personally, as chairman of the party, I'm not comfortable. We should be able to bring them all back to the fold, the party's fold, so that come December 7th, there will be no surprises. We should be able to carry the Ejisu seat with ease as against what we are going through this evening. So that's my next focus, to make sure that the party is reconciled amongst itself. That's what we are looking at.
So is it that you are going to the camp of Adiomi, try to convince him and his supporters to return to the NPP?
That is the only way out. You don't expect Adiomi to make overtures to us. You don't expect him to do that. So as chairman of the party, I'm going to take that mantle upon myself.
Looking at the people representing Mr. Adiomi here, it seems that he has aligned with the butterfly movement now. Don't you think it will be too difficult for him to retain?
It shouldn't be difficult. It's a matter of, are we going with the butterfly or we are going with the MPP? That's the question they should be asking themselves. And I'm sure they will fall naturally to the MPP.
Now, the issue that people are raising is that the voter album for the NPP is not credible. Is it that you superintend over another election to deal with the issues with the voter album or what?
The credibility...
Leadership, what biggest lesson has the party learned?
There are always lessons to be learned, but unless you... Can you also point out some of these lessons to me?
Well, I think fractures at the party's front is something that is very obvious.
Party front?
Well, I mean, the reason why people are even going independent, your own people going independent and what have you. My colleague even just mentioned the credibility of the voters have on, even at the constituency level and what have you?
I cannot say that all the albums in all the constituencies are foolproof. I cannot stand here and vouch. But it's not widespread. It is not widespread. If you find one or two places where this thing is occurring, doesn't mean all the albums should be rejected and new albums to be recompiled. No.
NPP candidate in the person of Kwabena Boateng has been able to make 57.1% of the certified results. Beatrice Boakye of the LPG has 0.3%. And Kwabena Owusu-Ediomi, who happens to be the former MP for the Ejoso constituency, has been able to make 42.0% of the certified votes. Also, Fridia Ajaman Joseph, another independent candidate, was able to garner 0.4% of the vote. And the final candidate, who happens to be another independent candidate, that is Atakra Joseph, also is yet to get any votes. So far, that is the results that have been certified by the Electoral Commission. Now, 99 out of the 204 constituencies within the Ejoso within 204 polling stations within the Ejoso constituencies, 99 of the polling stations results have been certified by the EC and projected here at the Collation Center. So there are 104 polling stations to go. The EC is still receiving pink sheets from the various polling stations, and immediately they come in, the pink sheets are forwarded to the table set up by the EC there, and the officers will go through these results and try to talk to the agents of the various candidates. If they certify these results, they go ahead to project it. That is, when these results are certified and accepted by all the political party representatives here, that is when they project these results. So far, this is what we have here at the Collation Center within the Ejoso constituency. 101 out of the 204 polling stations done so far. 103 more to go. Back to you, Evans.
Is Nana Aljuma, and we'll be interacting with Nana Aljuma and stay with him because you're watching this unfold with the results coming in. Out of 101 polling stations there, we have the NPP candidate securing 56.9% there. Kwabena Boateng, 56.9%. Adomi has 42.3%. of the votes, of the certified results there. It's still close, is it not? I mean, in terms of his performance in there so far, 101 out of 204, Adume is at 42.3% in that constituency.
Well, that's not so close. You don't write him off. You say that he's done well so far, but it doesn't look like it's going to be his election. I mean, at this point, I think even his team would know that this doesn't look like it's going to be his election. And this is something many of us would have known going into it. And that's why we said if he was able to get this, he was going to get that. But because it was difficult, going to win that particular election. Also because of the fact that this is an MPP seat. And it was more like, two parties going into, an election. When I said it was more of an internal election because Adume, haven't already been part of the NPP. And the thing is that because this is a by-election where you have all the party hierarchy and national, government officials getting into a constituency, it was always going to be very difficult for Adume. I'm sure by now he knows he's not won the elections.
Yeah, and that is something to watch. We want to hear from them. One of the things we want to do is to hear from them, because when you hear from Adume's camp, you get a sense of where they are. I mean, even if they don't admit it, you get a sense of where they are right now. One thing is clear. if you are in this race and you're serious, right now you should know whether you won or lost.
That's true.
It's very clear. The MPP says they won this. They know, they said it to us an hour ago that they won this. That's the MPP's position. We haven't heard from Mediomi's camp just yet. And when we do, we'll bring that to you. Our producers are working to get that for us. But let me update you. We now have certified results coming into the Collation Center. 101 out of the 204 polling centers in now. Kwabena Boateng, who is the MPP's candidate in the Jesu constituency, has 56.9%, and Aduomi has 42.3%, coming in from the Collation Center there in Ejiso. So we're watching this closely. And so we have more than half of the polling stations yet to come in. Depending on who you talk to, they tell you they're doing very well. MPP is very categorical that they've won. We'll see, because everything will be disclosed. At this point, we expect that in the next hour, we should have a clear picture of who has won this in the constituency.
Again, it would also depend whether or not this gap will be closed or will be extended will depend on the areas that they're voting and the results are coming from.
So those 101 polling stations, where are they?
If it's predominantly in the Kwabri Mponua, the main main area, the Onyi areas, you are expecting it to tilt more towards the NPP candidate. If it's Besianse, so the Kwamse and the other areas, you're expecting that it will tilt towards Aduomi more because of support, background, and also the areas that people have been known to do a lot of work, and people remember them for their works. So is the breakdown of the 101 that will tell me that this is a done deal and the gap is going to increase, or even though the MPP is likely to still win, the gap will be narrower than this. But this is not a comfortable lead at all. This is an area that MPP wins with 78, 80%, 82% in major elections. Now it appears that Aduomi has made a major statement there. And let's not get it wrong. This is dress rehearsal for December 7. That's where who's going to be in parliament for 4 years will be determined. That is a major matter. Even if Aduomi loses the election and there are no attempts, and it appears will be very difficult, mindful of the kind of connections he's established now, in terms to bring him back into the fold, he may more likely contest the main election again, which is going to present another challenge as to whether he will make the inroads. Learning of the fault lines that happen in this election, whether or not the MPP now spreading their resources across the 275 constituencies will have the power to have Kingsley and Co. invade just like they did in this election. That will not be the same. And that is how parties lose elections in the main election, because we are concentrating not on one constituency, but now on 275 of them. Resources are spread thin, people are busy doing other things, and it may be very difficult to rein in areas like Ejiso going forward, which will be very problematic. And it doesn't appear. Kwabena Boateng is yes, a SCAN vice chair. He's also a member of the MPP's communication team in the region, but Kwabena Boateng is not to the stature, timber, and caliber of Aduomi. If for nothing at all, years of experience in the area and for the work done alone, he will need more to be able to solidify his presence in that particular constituency. And that's where I see the difference. So if I get to know the 101 or 102, or even beyond that, which specific areas are bringing in the votes, we can perhaps say, well, it's a done deal. It may go up to 65 or 70.
Stay with me. I want to bring in Henry Adusei. Henry Adusei is with the Aduomi campaign team and joins us right now from the Ejiso constituency. Henry, thanks for your time here on your election headquarters. Where are you tonight in terms of your own internal collations?
Ivan, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, so we have our own setup collation center, and we are also doing our collation. Yes, so we are on. Yeah.
And what is that collation telling us?
As it stands now, you see, the whole Ejiso constituency has about 204 polling stations. And in our own collation, we 165 now.
So the 155, are you leading or you are trailing?
The MPP candidate is leading us a bit over 950 plus votes, less than 1,000 votes.
Okay. So where does that place Aduomi?
For now, we cannot say because, like your respondent was giving you the updates on the ground, we have our own assumed pump in the country. So, per our place, we have areas that we have not collected. Our are still sending us can't on our police.
Okay, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with the line. Forgive me. There's something wrong with the line. Let's try and fix it. It's not stable. But Raymond, you have something. I'll bring him back because I was not quite hearing what he was saying. Raymond, based on what he said so far, do you have the collation? 150.
He's saying that the difference is over 950 or so votes, which means that there's a difference in what the AC has and what they are having.
They have, of course. They are.
That's the point I was making. He was actually backing that. If the votes are coming from predominantly the Besiase and other areas, one would expect that it will go in the direction of Aduomi, which will show up their numbers. But if it's coming from Onye and the other areas, one will also expect that it will go in the MPP's new candidate's place. Now, it is dicey. The thinking is that they have gotten votes, but it also could be from their predominant areas. But I thought I heard them say that they have still not received all of the votes from their, what they call strongholds, which if what he is talking about is true, then it is closer. And the margin is way more closer than all the... It's too early to even call it a day. If what he's saying is true, they have not received most of the votes from their own areas, and that the results Rafi have gotten so far is a mix of what the predominant areas that are known to be loyal to Aduomi are yet to come in, and yet the difference is just 950 as he's putting it. That will be a very strange fight.
Yeah,
it will be a very, very tall order. In fact, it will be closer, even if the MPP is going to win the election. It will be closer based on what he's purporting. But of course, we don't have those figures. And the difference, obviously, is in what the EC is giving us. And it appears that it's on the
I want to get him to recap again. The connection wasn't great. Henry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
It's better now. Henry Adusei is with the Aduomi campaign team. You were telling us that from your own collation with the Aduomi camp, you so far have results from 150?
No, 165.
165 centers.
Out of the 204.
Out of the 204. And from the 165 centers, what are the results for you, your internal collations? What do you have?
Yeah, so we have about 19,000 and some figures.
Okay.
A bit below 20,000.
Okay, but the MPP's candidate.
And they have 20,000 and some, a bit below 21,000.
Okay,
so that's what's giving you the difference is less than 1,000 now.
The difference is less than 1,000, you say. Now, the rest of the centers yet to come in, do you reckon, from your own analysis, that you're coming from places that you know to be your strongholds or coming from places that you know to be MPP strongholds?
Yes, so as it's left now, we have most of the places left are balanced areas. You see, the urban areas are just so proper. And then we have some areas of Fumesa and some areas of Bonri and some areas of Wankra. Those areas look a bit balanced. Those areas, so I cannot say clearly that whether those areas will favor them or to favor us. So it will be like it's almost we are the same pedestal now.
Okay, but they are in the lead, you say, from your own internal collation. The MPP is categorical when we spoke to them. They were already at the time an hour ago when we spoke to them with significant centers already collated by their internal collators, and they tell us that their figures tell them that they've won this based on your politicians. And the thing is, at this time, you know if you've won or you've lost. You look at the numbers.
They could be giving false hope to their people. Like I'm saying, those are provisional results. So you cannot stand on provisional results and say that you won the election. Even if anything at all, our collation is within that of what the Electoral Commission is doing. So how do you say if won elections, while the places left are almost balanced areas? So for instance, we can have maybe some polling stations in just so central, which we will lead them. They might also have some places in Kumasa, they might lead us. So 960 votes can easily be balanced. So this is not a clearly won election. Until the last polling station is added, they cannot tell us they've won the election. So we are still doing our collation. As it stands now, we've added about 5 polling stations, and the 9 states 5 has reduced to about 7 something. So we are gradually catching up. So I don't know, maybe, yeah, they can say that, but until ours is done and that of the Electoral Commission is done, we believe that we are still in the competition. Yeah, the contest is still on.
The contest is still on for you. Where is Adiomi? Where is Adiomi as we speak?
He just left our collation center. He wants to head to where the Electoral Commission is doing the general collation.
Okay. Yeah. And once it gets there, Nana Jima will bring an interview for you. But clarify something for me. At the collation center where Adiomi is heading, you have for the key agent at the center, Hobson Adoya, right? Who is leading for you? Why Hobson Adoya? Is it to suggest that you have an alliance or an agreement with Alan's side?
Not really. You see, this is a fight between an independent candidate and a whole political party who's equally also in power. So we are handicapped. You see, when it comes to even human resources, because most of the people in the constituency, because of future victimization, they didn't really want to come openly and work for Honorable Adiomi, engineer. So the few hands we have, we need to seek extra support. And Hobson and Co also came in to assist us. So it's not only Hobson, we have other equally people with aligned political parties who came on hands to also help us. So it's not that Honorable is aligned to any political party. It's just that we are orphans in a constituency which people extended their support to us.
So which other political parties came to assist?
Some other political parties, I don't know the names, but they came as identified groups to also equally assist us. Other independent candidates are also here to assist us.
Did the NDC assist?
No, NDC is not part of this contest.
No, yeah, I mean...
It's just that maybe if NDC people around, it's because of the good work Honorable Adiomi did in the Joseph constituency, they feel attracted to his campaign. And maybe they might not vote for us, but then that one, NDC didn't come clear that we as a political party want to support you. No.
And I'm curious if, as you say, you needed help, right? Because you're coming up against an incumbent party. Did Adiomi and your campaign team have a conversation at all with Alan if he can help?
Can you come again?
Did Adiomi and your campaign team, did you have a conversation with Alan Chamanting at all if he can help?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all. Not at all. Yes.
Let me ask you, I'm pretty sure your campaign team would have seen that video of Kingsley Nyako, a video that we captured here on election headquarters. And you've seen what has happened since. The Electoral Commission has investigated it, and they have told the world that an envelope was given, the contents was given to the officers to buy food. And the matter has been given to the police now to look into. What is Adiomi going to do about this?
Ivan, like I already put it, you are fighting against a whole party machinery. If your reporters will give you the ground information, from yesterday up to today, almost all the MCs and Ds in Ashanti region, they are patrolling here. People are sharing money left, right, center. What can we do about it? These things, some happen in Kumeru, some happen in Asem. And your reporters, you people are journalists, you know some of these things. Adiomi can't do anything about these things. So why should a certain member of parliament in Kwadaso, a minister, gives money to an EC official. Don't Electoral Commission has a budget for running an election? Yesterday, the same thing happened when we were doing ballot accounting and the EC office. MPP party chairman and then the campaign manager for this election, they just elected Kumawu MP. They wanted to go and fuel buses that the EC will use to transport ballot materials to electoral areas. So, like I was telling you, we are handicapped. Whatever you have to do, we've done it. And we are hoping that at the end of the day, the good people of Ejoso will see what the evidence and message-based campaign that Honorable Edume did. And if, hopefully, we win, then we win.
Okay. And he's not going to file an official complaint about the conduct of the EC officers at that polling center?
As it stands now, our campaign team, the concentration is on our collation of results here and what the EC is doing at the General Collation Center. So, aftermath of this, if anything, a press release and communique will be given to the media houses on that.
Okay, good. And we'll be staying with you once we know the outcome of this elections, because you're here till 10 p.m. I'm grateful that you joined us, Henry Adusei, with the Ediomi campaign team. They're helping us understand what their own coalition says. They are not going to be categorical about whether they won or not, but they say that it's going to be close and they're waiting for everything to come in. They are counting 865 centers out of the 204 in their coalition center there. So that's where we are, Winston. Anything to pick from what we've just heard? And by the way, if you just saw also joining us on the JoyNews channel, if you look to your top right corner, you see the live results being displayed there with the two contenders, two main contenders, showing where they are. And you see that out of the 204, we have 101 certified from the Collation Center. The EC puts the percentage to Kwabena Boating, the MPP's candidate, at 56.50, and the Ediomi at 42.60. That is going to be changing as and when we get more. Winston?
Yes, so Evans, listening to the member of the Ediomi campaign, now you'd hear him say that, and I mean, Roman, you're making the point earlier, but he actually comes in to say that now you're left with areas for Mesua and Bonkra and, Ejoso town. These are areas that could go anyway. And so that in itself would say that, okay, so let's wait and see what is going to happen. But again, look, we've covered elections. I do not get in the voice of this guy the sense that elections is going their way.
Yeah.
And the NPP, any serious political party, I mean, the Ediomi group would have logistic challenges. But any serious political party by now, Evans, should know the results of the elections. Any serious political party, i.e. NPP, NDC, if you want to win an elections, is how many? Look, it's 849.
Yeah, you should know.
You should know the results by now. So if the NPP had lost this election, Intim wouldn't be at the Collation Center by now. He would have been gone. Long gone. I will be surprised if the results come out eventually and the NPP is lost. Whatever happens, Ediomi has put up a good fight. Okay? There's an independent candidate going into an election, and so far the votes he's gotten is what the NDC has never got even in the main election in that constituency. And that tells you the strength that he has, because the NDC has never been able to pull 19,000, 20,000 votes in an election. No. They haven't pulled that. So it's actually a plus. This is even a by-election where you have a low voter turnout. Yes. Because if what we're gathering so far, 20,000, 21,000, 19,000, you're looking at in a constituency of over 100,000 registered voters, 106,000, you have so far about 40,000 turning out. That is less than 40% voter turnout. We're waiting for the declaration of the results, the final results. Then we'll find out whether it's actually 50% or not. But if this is anything to go by, it's an indication also for the NPP that they have a lot of work to do in 2024, particularly if Ediomi decides to still contest the election as an independent candidate.
Yeah, I mean, and that's important. And As we've been talking, we're still trying to get a bit more about, the investigation is happening on the ground. And once we do, we'll let you know. As you know, this is something that the EC is taking seriously. But Raymond, whilst he was talking, you were obviously watching out to see the question of the rest of the collation centers that they are yet to receive, where it's coming from. He believes it's coming from areas that everybody's going to get a fair shake at the polls, at the votes that have been cast by the electorate. And that is key, in order, because we're waiting to see the rest of it. The Electoral Commission, our men on the ground obviously will be telling us, the update pretty shortly from the collation center, and then we can update what you see on your screens there. But that's an important point to also watch.
It means that no matter what happens, the results are less likely to be overturned. The trend may continue.
Yeah.
Because if, as I mentioned earlier, if it was the rest of the results yet to be declared were predominantly in the Bisiansi areas, then I have the thinking that 1,000 votes will not be a big deal. But even if we believe that the difference now is 1,000 votes, we certainly will know that it may continue. So they are going to share the rest of the votes, and there will be massive changes between the two parties or the two main candidates in the election, and it may end up being an MPP fight. What I was looking out for is whether or not the new votes would increase the percentages. Yeah, but it doesn't appear that the Kwamina Boateng team is less likely to leave the 50s into the 60s and head towards the 70s. That would have been a comfortable lead that the MPP is supposed to be garnering in any election in Ejoso. So we are more likely to have 50s and most likely 60s being the percentage for the winning candidate here, being the MPP candidate in this election, which will be very worrying to any person strategizing for the MPP in the Ashanti region first and foremost, but also in Ejoso more importantly. Because as I said earlier, if you're having a major election where your resources are spread thin across the country, and you can't deploy as much into an area, and the same Adjomi is not reined in, he's not giving reasons why he's still better off with the NPP, and rather decides to go independent in the main election, this dress rehearsal is going to, or may worsen the plight of the NPP in that particular area. You are not only going to lose out on a very phenomenal voting trend. The difficulty is that if the person is convinced I'm not voting for your parliamentary candidate, if you don't take care, they may also explore the idea of either not voting at all or rejecting your presidential candidate at the end of the day. Those are explorations that will go through their minds. Because today, if Adjomi is going full-blown, and I am not one of those people who express any naive ideas about whether or not Hopes Nadoye was sitting in Accra and maybe on the internet, and somebody sent me a WhatsApp message and said, "Boss, can you come and help us?" And he jumped in to go and help them on the ground. I don't think that's what happened.
Yeah.
I actually think that there's a strong connection that one can establish between the Adoye impact on the election or presence in the election and what is more likely to be an alliance of a sort with the likes of a GOMI, with the, what they call the Movement for Change or the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. Nobody can convince me that there wouldn't be any conversation on that. Any political party interested in winning the election will be interested in this. And even Chair Martin, realizing that this is an area to explore, would actually like to explore that. Why not? If a GOMI is having a lot of grievance, if other people are also having grievances, why can't I go to them and say, see, we have the same problem with this party. So let's build a front that is bigger than a hijacked party, that is bigger than a problematic party that we currently have as taken. Even if you are likely to return in the future, let's make it clear that we are actually working to make sure that the systems are fixed. Having people who have the same enemy come together to forge a united front to fight a single fight is known to be a very strong force. So I'm not one of those dismissing the part, which will mean that going into the main election, the MPP will have to add adjustment to the areas that it had to put a lot of resources and time on. Previously ignored, because it's not a swing place. Right. It's not a place that you would have even cared about anyway. But now you have to do a lot more work. They can ask yourself again, which other areas across the country are people nursing, building up, or even having interest in some of these things? 42% for an independent candidate in the Ashanti region is a big problem.
And you see, this is the other problem. Well, you can argue that the NPP can actually, focus on Ejiso. The other problem is that the independent group would also make it their projects. Now, they make it their project because they know that in Ejiso, they can actually win if Edomi is to decide to contest as an independent candidate.
Yeah.
And if you are the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, that's something you want to do. You want to send the signal that, look, I am not to be taken for granted. And in an election which is likely to go into a second round, or which could go into a second round, because we have seen, political parties, sometimes after their second term, elections will go into a second round. I mean, it didn't happen in 2016, but you can excuse 2016 because of the times we find ourselves in. If this goes into a second round, then you actually would need a bargaining chip to say, this is the reason you should be talking to me. And in going into a second round, for instance, if no party has a clear majority in parliament and you seem to have some members in parliament, that could actually be your bargaining chip. And so you've heard the chairman of the NPP make the point that, they need to bring everybody on board. There needs to be a reconciliation, which, we're having the conversation, we talked about the fact that this is different from what is the president's position. Well, the president has said a lot of things in the past. Is to, Siama, he says you cannot work with him, we're free party anymore, but hey, you eventually went to, what politicians say on the campaign platform, sometimes when it comes to other people, it's not something that you must hold on to hook, line, and sinker and say that it's not going to change. It always would change because at the end of the day, it's all about interest. And so if it is in the interest of the political party to, mend bridges, why not? You will. And so at this point in time, in the NPP's own interest, they should be able to get Kwabena Usuaduomi coming back to the NPP. He mustn't be allowed to contest as an independent candidate.
Yeah, but you're assuming that he hasn't won this. This hasn't been determined just yet.
The election.
This election.
You think he's been determined?
Oh, he's less likely to win.
It's less likely.
But you see, that's the way to put it. But we are waiting for it.
Evans.
We're waiting for the outcome.
Evans, I'm saying that we have covered elections for some time now. You know when people are winning and you know when people are not winning.
Yeah, we've seen this country before where somebody was very categorical that they are in a comfortable lead and it turns out to be false.
But at that time, we knew he had lost the election.
but by the way, just before we wrap up and cross over into PM Express, I want your quick thoughts on the way Edomi's camp is going to approach the video, right? The video of the MP. When I asked him, he says, well, there's nothing they can do. They've been bribing people, etc., and so they're going to let it go. I mean, he said let it go, but in essence, they're not going to pursue this beyond.
No. That language is going to change. You let them lose. They'll lose to be relevant and tell the people that you didn't waste your time supporting us. You the 2%. They rigged the election and they forced us into this corner. That's the language they're going to put out there. And this is the biggest evidence to back their claim. I hope you get the point.
Yeah.
They are not going to say that because if Edomi is likely to contest the main election, he has to give people hope that, listen, we will not allow them to rig the election again and prevent us. And if you want to see evidence of the rigging, this is what he's going to say. This is a video to back it. So that we know in this country where people feel that one was not treated properly, they tend to, out of sympathy, support or even give them their votes for some reason. That is why sometimes parties even go to the Supreme Court, even when they are not so sure of how the things went out. So, in all fairness, they are going to exploit it big time. They are going to say that, you see, we are not even saying that they bribed only you, the electorate. We are saying that even the EC officials, they were all compromised. So we should stop that happening in the main election. That's the language they are going to use. And this is politics on the ground. This is elections. They will say everything that needs to be done. So the earlier reactions, yes, he's less focused on the
And I'm waiting to hear from Edomi himself.
Yes.
He told us that he's on his way to the Collation Center. When it gets
but he has raised concerns before. Remember, they did a press conference and said they are suspecting that people are not only going to buy votes, but they'll do everything to rig the election. Those were his exact words. When the president went on the ground, he said nobody's rigging any election. Did we rig an election to make you member of parliament some years ago? Did you rig the election to make you beat a cabinet minister? The president was responding to a rigging plot they said was going to happen. This video will be exploited in that area. They are going to tell people that we told you that they are likely to rig the election. We don't have the powers of the state to counter them. They are police, they have the state, everybody in their arms. And now it's pretty obvious that they could also influence EC officials. So what could we do next? We have to come together and prevent them from taking our votes, our mandates, and giving it to the wrong person when we had chosen people to give it to. That kind of message, anybody who's been told that you voted away, but they deprive you of your vote, will feel disempowered. Now, what they can do is to make sure it doesn't repeat itself going into the future. I hope you get an analysis here. So it is really what they are going to exploit. They are going to sit down and say that, oh, it happens all the time, like the gentleman was saying. No. It will be put to
I'm waiting to hear from the man. I'm waiting
Yes.
to hear from the man himself how he takes this up. We're going to take a break now, and because it is coming to crunch time. And as we heard already, Adiomi himself is heading to the Collation Center because he knows that it's about time when the Electoral Commission declared the results. And you're going to be hearing that on PM Express. The declaration will be done on PM Express, live from the Collation Center. You do not want to go anywhere. Our men are on the ground still with us. We're going to stay with you, I promise you that, to hear the results and get the reactions. And you'll hear it on PM Express, which starts right after this.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the baller inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the changemakers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of selflessness have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. The JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact. The JoyNews Impact.
Come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Managers, they think how fast he go feature something today. Forget about him, people, make them find them our own way. Forget forgetting, say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boats where we they sink. I say, myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink.
Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura.
This is a covert operation on the hunt to catch a criminal.
We've been here for nearly a week and this camp seems to grow every day.
The nightmare of hyperinflation has haunted Zimbabwe for over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government?
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name: Keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as Keto is in Nigeria?
Every week they get about 20 to 30 reports of cases of people saying that they either were close to be blackmailed.
The BBC's Umaru Fofana is in Freetown.
Hardly would anybody have predicted that in our lifetime we would see it lying down like this.
Climate change is here, and it's telling us it is here. We have to change our ways, or it is going to teach us a lot of lessons.
The Advechi Living Water Expedition is
Okay. Sam is pretending to be asleep because he doesn't want to be bothered. You know that thing where he hears sometimes, oh, wobano, like,
at night.
Did she just wake up and have a baby?
Where will we sleep tonight? What will our children eat? Kofi Mami, my father replied.
But there's one that if you guys don't mention, I'm going to be cross with you. Let's see whether you get to mention.
And I just wondered, so what if she wasn't a virgin? What would have happened then?
Yeah, you may have heard that before, right? This is The Joy Book Club with Benjamin Akapo.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the baller inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
Every landlord of any premises on monthly or short tenancy shall issue to the tenant of such premises within 7 days after the commencement of the tenancy.
Right. Is there a situation where the court will say, I don't think your marriage has actually broken down beyond reconciliation, so go back?
Yes, indeed. It has happened before. What the court usually recommends in these situations isn't that go back and marry, but go and seek counseling.
People who stand in your way of developing your land, if you have acquired it, will be punished with minimum 10 years, maximum 15 years. How else do we stop this canker?
If you look at the 2772, it says a person who purports to make a grant of land without authority also commit an offense.
When it comes to law, the skills have to differ.
Welcome to the law. This is your legal light. It is your health law. I'm Samson Ladia Yanini.
Every landlord of the law demands that the maximum rent advance you should take should be 6 months.
Everything has a meaning.
If you recklessly and maliciously destroy reputations, you must suffer the lawful consequences.
For every story, there are many versions of what is true.
If you compare last year, which is 2,589 deaths, added to this year, we've already passed 3,000 deaths in 15 months.
Every opinion can be debated. The political construct of the national interest can be interrogated.
You cannot call for abolition of the Fourth Republic in the name of seeking constitutional reform.
But some facts are hidden in the depths of interpretation.
It's Al Maktoum Father Christmas that he'll give you vaccines 20,000 and not receive payment.
So we check the facts.
The truth is that we are in the third wave. I don't think we should kid ourselves that, oh, maybe it's about coming in and all that. It is here.
Raise the standards of intellectual discourse and present the issues on the altar of unbiased scrutiny. This altar is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis program.
We must practice independent, credible, and fearless journalism.
Newsfile with Samson Ladia Yenini.
What's a lie? Someone whispered. Where we are going, they are taking us north. They are taking us to die.
I don't know the equivalent of that in Ghana. Will that be Pilolo or something?
Nico's character gives you something to look forward to. What is next?
Marjorie, your favorite character?
It's not fair that my favorite character is your favorite.
Is his favorite character?
Yeah.
Okay. Sam is pretending to be asleep because he doesn't want to be bothered. You know that thing where he hears sometimes, oh, wobano, like,
at night.
Did she just wake up and have a baby?
Where will we sleep tonight? What will our children eat? Kofi Mami, my father replied.
But there's one that if you guys don't mention, I'm going to be cross with you. Let's see whether you get to mention.
And I just wondered, so what if she wasn't a virgin? What would have happened then?
Yeah, you may have heard that before, right? This is The Joy Book Club with Benjamin Akako.
Hello, Ghana. I'm Esther Gido-Ewart of VOA's News and Current Affairs program, VOA's Africa 54. here for you on JoyNews. If you want to know what's trending in Africa's news, business and technology, sport, health, and lifestyle, then tune in to VOA's Africa 54 for a closer look at the stories Africans are talking about around the continent. We'll bring you reports from our VOA correspondents as well as interviews with top experts and analysts. For the young and the young at heart, VOA's Africa 54 also includes Africa's best music, fashion, and entertainment. Be sure to tune in to VOA's Africa 54 right here on JoyNews.
What's a lie? Someone whispered. Where we are going, they are taking us north. They are taking us to die.
I don't know the equivalent of that in Ghana. Will that be Pilolo or something?
Nico's character gives you something to look forward to. What is next?
Marjorie, your favorite character?
It's not fair that my favorite character is your favorite.
Is his favorite character?
Yes.
Okay. Sam is pretending to be asleep because he doesn't want to be bothered. You know that thing where he hears sometimes, oh, wobanu su, wobano, like,
At night.
did she just wake up and have a baby?
Where will we sleep tonight? What will our children eat? Kofi Mami, my father replied.
But there's one that if you guys don't mention, I'm going to be cross with you. Let's see whether you get to mention.
And I just wondered, so what if she wasn't a virgin? What would have happened then?
Yeah, you may have heard that before, right? This is The Joy Book Club with Benjamin Akapo.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the baller inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
And thank you very much for staying with us. This is your election headquarters. And as you know, we continue our coverage of the Ojusu by-election. Now, there's only one thing on the table. We're waiting for the final results coming from the constituency. As you know, election headquarters is always brought to you by the German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty. It's also brought to you by Petrosol Clean Fuel in full quantity, and SEMA also brings you the election headquarters. And PMXS is also always brought to you by Synctex Tang, also brought to you by Alomo Bitters, and Pepsodent. Every smile matters, and I recommend always to you to use Syntax Tank and also to brush your teeth before you go to bed tonight with Pepsodent. I want to go to the Collation Center in Ejisa tonight and bring in Nanaya Ojima because we are waiting for the declaration. Nana, are we close to knowing the final certified results for the entire constituency? Where are we from the 204 polling centers?
So Evans, gradually we are getting there. So far we have results of 138 polling stations in. The EC have worked on them, and these are the certified polling station results that have so far come in here at the Ejoso constituency. So it's going to be a long day for all of us here, the media and also officials of the EC. As you can see, they are still in their position trying to go through the results that they've received from the polling stations. If I should run our viewers through what we have here now, 138, as I said, out of the 204 polling station results have trickled in here at the Collation Center. And so far, the MPP candidate, Kwabena Boateng, is still in lead with 56.7%, and Kwabena Osu Ediomi is his closest contender with 42.4% of the ballot cast. The others, if you put together the results of the others, I'm not sure that they would exceed 1% of the votes cast so far. As you can see, the EC official continue to input new figures into the data that they have here. As I said, the party agents are all here. Now, the constituency chairman of the NPP has joined the team on the ground. The NPP has people on the ground. The independent candidate also has his people on the ground, led by Mr. Hobson Adoye, who has the results of his side, and he's comparing these results with what the EC is bringing in there. And now, Nana Bachi Yadom, who is my colleague here, has been through town, and he has a report on what is happening out there within the Ejoso Township itself.
So, Nana, it's all a jubilation outside there on the streets of Ejoso. So much jubilation, especially from the supporters of the NPP's candidates, lawyer Kwabena Boateng. We did visit the Ejoso party office where some supporters were there. They were jubilating. For them, the provisional results they have shows that their candidate, lawyer Kwabena Boateng, is ahead of his main contender in this by-election, that is Kwabena Owusu Edudum. So they have every right whatsoever to begin jubilation. And so on the streets of Ejoso, massive crowd out there chanting the name of lawyer Kwabena Boateng. And you know the dance already. Lawyer goes, lawyer come. That's the chant out there on the streets of Ejoso. As so many supporters of lawyer Kwabena Boateng gather around the party office to celebrate what they call victory ahead of the main declaration.
Did you spot Kwabena Boateng himself? Because since we came into the Collation Center, he's yet to make an appearance. Mr. Osu Ediomi is also yet to make an appearance. The only person we've cited so far is the man they call Elder Fredua Ajaman Joseph, who is an independent candidate in the election. So far, he's been able to make 0.4% of the certified results. He's the only candidate that we've spotted here. Did you find lawyer out there when his fans were jubilating?
No, I did not see lawyer Kwabena Boateng out there. We did see the party executives, constituency executives, who were leading the chant, lawyer goes, lawyer comes. For some of them, lawyer Kwabena Boateng is expected to be here at the Coalition Center in no time for the EC to actually declare him as the winner of the Ejoso by-election. But the provisional results clearly indicates that lawyer Kwabena Boateng is indeed ahead of his main opponent. And so for the executives here in the Ejoso constituency, they're expecting lawyer Kwabena Boateng to be here for the EC to declare him as the winner of the by-election. And that's when we can clearly have lawyer Kwabena Boateng inside the Ejoso constituency.
All right. Thank you very much. So this is the collation room here within the Ejoso constituency. My senior colleague, Ohime Interior, has also been through the principal streets of Ejoso. Mr. Ohime, I understand that you have information from the camp of the New Patriotic Party. What is it?
Yes, lawyer Kwabena Boateng asked at the time that the results were being collated from one of the polling stations at the Ejoso Sectec polling station A. He witnessed the counting of the ballots, and I spoke to him. And at that particular point, the margin was he polled 122 votes as against 77 from the independent candidate, engineer Kwabena Owusu-Aduomi. And Kwabena Boateng was not happy because he expected a bigger margin between him and the former MP. But later he conceded that even if he is given the opportunity to lead the independent candidate by 3 votes, he will be happy because he believes that the former MP has marketed himself in the constituency very well. He has footprints almost everywhere in the constituency. But for him as a candidate, he was expecting a bigger margin compared to what we are witnessing at this moment.
The results that were counted in the polling station.
Yes, and generally, he said that he expects a bigger margin, but later conceded that even if he beats the independent candidate by 3 votes, he will accept it. So for me, looking at the margin between him and the former MP is not something that he's so much enthused with. He wanted to see a bigger margin than what we are seeing.
But all is not over yet. So far, 146 out of the 204 polling station results have come in. And as at now, the NPP candidate, Kwabena Boateng, is still in lead, 56.8% of votes. Now, that's of the independent candidate, that is Kwabena Owusu-Aduomi. His percentage have dropped to 42.2%. It looks like what he was expecting is gradually playing out.
I'm not too sure because the EC officers are collating the results. As and when more results drop in, there's a possibility because it's like cancellation. The more the first candidate gets, and once the other candidates get more numbers, it comes to cancel it. And so definitely the figures are coming down. If you realize, when it was around 130 polling stations, the NPP's candidate was leading by 58%. Now his percentage margin has to drop from 58 to 56. So what it means is that once the EC continue to add more figures, the percentage numbers will come down. So I'm not too sure that the NPP's parliamentary candidate, Kwabena Boateng, will be able to garner the bigger margin he expected. That is not likely to happen here.
So let's leave that to the results that will be trickling in from the polling stations within Ejoso. If we get more results, we know or we are certain that the percentages may change. We have one of the independent candidates in this election, Mr. Fredia Ajaman, with me here. And Mr. Ajaman, so far you've been here supervising whatever has been happening here. What are your opinions on what we've seen so far?
Thank you very much. I think I'm okay with everything that's going on.
So far, I can see that you've been able to make 0.4% of the ballots that have been certified. Does this meet your expectation?
Well, I can say I'm appreciative because using 21 days for this race and come, maybe I say 3rd place, thank be to God.
Have you considered defeat yet?
Oh yes, okay, right? You see, like we're saying, someone is 60-something%, and I think, yeah, I'm number 3, 3rd position.
Thank you very much. So, Elder Fredia Ajaman, he was one of the 3 independent candidates in this race, and from what he is saying, he has conceded defeat. He's now claiming the 3rd position on the spot. But the most important position, as we all know, is the first. If you are able to emerge as winner of the election, it means that you become the member of parliament for the Joseph constituency. So Evans, we will continue to stay here. 150 out of the 204 polling stations results have so far come in, and Kwabena Boateng now holds 56.6% against Kwabena Osu Ediomi's 42.5%.
So that there is the very latest from Ejuso, 56% as against 42% for Kwabena Osu Ediomi in the by-elections there. And we're just waiting now. It's at 51. This is updating as you see on your screens there. And we'll keep following this closely as it unfolds. 42% for Ediomi, 56% for Kwabena Boateng of the MPP there. And so this is what is playing out in that constituency, and we're watching it closely. Once the results are done, we'll wait to hear the results. We wait to hear the reactions from both camps. And one of the things that we're also waiting to hear is what the Ediomi's team will be telling us in reaction to the controversy that we've seen in one of the polling centers, which is the subject of EC investigations and police investigations possibly too. I have with me Dr. Asa Asante, the senior political science lecturer. He's joining us via Zoom right now. He's watching all this unfold with us. He was with me yesterday when we were analyzing this, looking ahead to today. Now the results are almost in, and he's seen this. Asa, Prof, talk to me. You've seen the results now. Does anything surprise you from what we've seen so far, where we are with the 151 certified collation polling center results?
Oh, thank you, Evans, for the opportunity. I think nothing surprises me because first, you are talking about MPP stronghold, which is Asante region. All the 47 constituencies, NPP is very strong in most of them, and Ejiso is part. So if there is a by-election, and the person were lost, and out of which we had a by-election, is from the party. Obviously, you realize that the party is going to put a strong showing, and that is what is manifesting now. Yes, for Ediomi, what you are seeing also is a function of the work that he has done in the constituency and the fact that he has been a three-time MP there. So is a force to reckon with, and that is also playing out. But at the end of the day, if you recall yesterday, I did say that for a constituency such as this, there is always the dominant party model, which says that the party that is in power, or the party whose constituency is what we are talking about, is a stronghold. Always people vote en bloc, and then they vote massively to maintain their leader. It doesn't matter the message or whatever. But for Ediomi, it belongs to that school of thought. They believe in what the rational choice model, who is competing, what are some of the policies he has done, for which reason there's a need for us to give vote to that person and all that. If the party is firmly on the ground, which MPP is, at the end of the day, you realize that the party will throw the independent candidates away. But we have seen at least two fresh examples in our mind, and that always serves as a guide when we are looking at type of analysis. If you look at the issue of Fomena and that of Bekwai, so that gave Ediomi some sort of hope, and also against the backdrop that NDC did not contest, and that a chunk of their voters are also rooting for him, and then even in the course of the voting, we realized that even the butterfly movement and their coalition is also gravitating towards that party. So it's an interesting dynamic that is going on. But at the end of the day, the dominant party model is defeating the rational choice, and it's gradually emerging that the MPP will carry the day.
Yes, but what about the gap, though, between Adiomi's number of votes and that of Kwabena Boateng. As it stands now, it's 56 as against 42. And we're waiting to see what the remainder of the polling centers will do to that number. But if that's how it ends, how much are you reading to that?
Yeah, if this score is to be maintained, then it gives you an indication that the MPP need to put in a lot, because then it tells you that if Adiomi is to go and campaign heavily, or he should contest as an independent candidate for the December election, is going to cause a stir there. Remember that NDC last election, even though emerged second, they pulled some substantial amount of vote, about 14,000 plus vote there. So yes, they have some numbers there. Remember, NDC is not interested in winning if the opportunity avails itself, but it can be so. All that they are interested in is to have more votes there, so as to shore up their numbers to get the 30% and beyond. And you and I know that once NDC is able to clock about 30% from Ashanti region, then all things being equal, they are going to carry the day. So all those bits and pieces, if they're able to put together, is going to help them. So a result like this, if it stays, it tells you that the MPP need to do more. It means that there is a salvo being fired at their background, and then they needed to work it out the more. It also sent a message to the NDC that, hey, we can also come in and then also see whether we can show up our votes and all that. So it changes the dynamics straight away.
Yeah, and of course, by the close of the poll tonight, when the declaration is done, the expectation where we are now is that the MPP will win this. Now, if you are Adiomi, you're obviously in this race. Will you be standing again in December, on December 7th? In that particular race, you expect that the NDC will be in a race too, because they have a candidate, right, on the ground there. That dynamic will change. And many suggest that that will only play again in the favor of the MPP, because the NDC guys will vote for the NDC candidate. In this particular race, chances are many of them were voting for Adiomi, right? So Adiomi will definitely get some vote from the MPP, but NDC will also take the votes. In the end, MPP still emerges victorious. How do you see this playing out on December 7th?
Yes, there is a sense in what you are saying. But you see, if you have this situation maintained, that you maintain the status quo, then Adiomi goes as an independent candidate. Obviously, where is he going to pull the vote from? Obviously, he's going to take some numbers from the NPP, maybe very little from the NDC, right? But remember that the dwindling of NPP votes is the trouble that the NPP doesn't want. Every vote counts if you really want to make impression in every part of this country. For Ashanti region, which is your strongest, constituency, you need to put up splendid performance, go beyond about 70% threshold, then you are making progress. So they will not want Adiomi to contest again if that is possible, because the vote that Adiomi will obviously pull out of the MPP support base, and that will not inure well for the strength of the party come this year December elections. So it's something dicey for them, and NDC will also be very much happy if they should see Adiomi coming back as an independent candidate. Then it means that, look, they also can put in a very strong showing if they are able to work in such a way that they increase their margins there. And Adiomi is to contest and also take some of the votes is going to also affect the total number of votes that the NPP is supposed to receive from that area. So all in all, it promises to be interesting, provided Adiomi will contest again. If he will not, then obviously the seats will fall back to the MPP.
And give me a comment on the incident that we've been reporting all day. Now that the police have been brought into the frame, the EC has investigated it. This video that I'm pretty sure you've seen of the Kingsley Nyako. what should happen now? Now the polls are over. We are yet to hear from Edomi how he intends to approach this. If anything, with what we hear from his campaign team is anything to go by, he seemed to suggest, well, look, this is something that has happened. We said it's going to happen. It's happened. And we, in essence, can't do anything much about it. But it has implications for the integrity of the poll, does it not? And how should this be handled going forward?
Yes, it's unfortunate that this incident happened. Unfortunate in the sense that, look, this is MPP stronghold, and you are a member of the party. So there shouldn't be any attempt at even doing something of the sort if you really want to support them by providing food or whatever. Because you have been in this business for years, you know that these things are not allowed. The Electoral Commission has been voted with money to run its own program, and so is the political parties. They also have their budget, they run with that. If you want to provide something for them, you make it open to everybody. But even that one, we don't want to welcome that because it creates an avenue for all manner of manipulation to take place. So for you to pull it out of your pocket, even if it is not meant to influence anybody, the fact that an envelope, flies in the face of what the whole table, and that is where the action was, it raises an eyebrow, and that creates a problem for a contest such as this. Let us remember that in election, the slightest problem that you have send shivers down the spine of people, and then you make them believe that, look, all is not well and all that. And that can affect the quality of the election. Imagine this happened to be the national election. I'm sure the story would have been different because you have players such as the NDC. The stakes will be more higher than what we are seeing now, and that will create all manner of problems. I believe that going forward, what we have to do, because it gives us food for thought, that there should be reforms, and that reform should include the do's and don'ts relative to some of these incidents. Because if you put your ears on the ground, we have some of these things coming up once a while. Sometimes you see, big political actors coming around, and they are giving access to into certain areas, which is where the core business of the election is taking place. Should we countenance that? We have chiefs also. Sometimes I am told that some of the chiefs can tell you that, yes, come to the palace and come and, give us opportunity to vote and all that. But more often than not, the people resist. And then they will tell you that, please, Nana, calm down. And then we can allow you to, do your voting and then go away. Sometimes you have also these political actors, chiefs and opinion leaders coming. And obviously everybody says that, yeah, let them vote first and all that. All these things, we have to take a critical look at that and then make sure that we don't create, or we create an enabling environment where everybody will feel comfortable and compete, so that when you lose, you accept defeat and abide by the rules of the game.
Thank you very much. That is Dr. Sasante. He is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana Political Science Department. And as we wait for the results, and I've seen a post, and I agree with that this is the by-election from one constituency. We are 15 minutes to 10, and we still don't know the outcome. They haven't declared the results yet. But it's taking too long. It's taking absolutely too long. I mean, the results should have been emailed. This is just one constituency. So again, multiply this by 275 constituencies across the country on December 7th.
I'm interested in knowing something. How many exact polling stations or polling booths were deployed to the constituency? Because when you have numbers, and the Electoral Commission established a system where it was possible to not have, I remember after the 2012 election, not have 100 and more people, no, 1,000 people at a particular polling booth. So a station can have, let's say, Legon or Main, 1, 2, 3, or ABC. So Legon Hall Main ABC would mean that even though there are 1,500 people in the register at the center, they are divided into 3 groups so that it will be easy for Group A to have 400, Group B to have 400, and the other group will also have 400. What then happens? People will vote quickly. the ballot can be counted easily because 400 is easier to count than 600 or 800, then the transmission can be done quickly. I'm interested in knowing because we know that there are 204 polling stations. What we do not know is how many polling booths and polling centers are within these 204, which would have helped us understand whether the EC was deploying a more effective system on the ground or something fundamentally is wrong with the collation and or the counting process or something is holding the election results back. If the political parties, or if the NPP says that they had a chunk or close to about 180 of the polling stations 2 hours ago, one would have suspected that then it is no longer the collation process at the polling station that's a problem. It may be the transmission and the collation at the main center that could be the problem. Because
they have to physically move the the ballot boxes.
I remember some time ago, what they were doing is that when you finish the election, you have your there's a pin sheet, right? But you have the long sheet. That sheet is what they post at the polling center as the results of the election. You have that with you. You're going to do all the verification at your collation center. So the policeman is in the same vehicle as a vehicle. Sometimes even the party agents say,
they follow, Yeah,
you want to follow a team to see the outcome. So they all go, you go to the center, they all go and do the accounting there again. It doesn't end at the polling station. I don't know whether that's what they deployed here, which sometimes comes with some small arguments. I don't think it should be 205, it's 206. We've not heard that anybody has asked for a recount in any area. I hope you get the point.
Not even at the polling center.
Yes, we've not heard anything like that. So it is either fundamentally there was a difficulty at the number of polling stations they made available, or it is the collation process that's taking a little bit longer than expected. But I think EC2 has deployed its finest people there. You see the civil officials who understand the election process properly.
And Civil Kwaku himself is supervising the process.
I am not sure if it is fair to compare to Ascent North and whether or not the timing for delivery of election results is at the same
around the
pace.
same time.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not sure whether that will give us an idea of whether...
But you see, by now, and also because it's just the NPP and an independent candidate contesting. But watch this. This is an election with a voter turnout of about 50% or less. So even Raymond, I mean, if we're even to go by, the EC say, let's not have polling centers that are more than 500 or 600. This one, because it's the voter turnout is low, you don't even have a problem.
Yeah.
And if the NPP student is anything to go by, Evans, if what Nanabi said, Henry Nanabuache said is anything to go by, if that is true, they actually knew before 7 p.m. what the results were.
Yeah.
So what happened to the transmission process? What is it that is keeping it so long at the Coalition Center? I don't know, because so far we have not been told that they've been challenging results at the Coalition Center. So if they're not challenging results at the Coalition Center, then what's the problem? Because I think that this election, the declaration is it's taking a bit of time. It's some few minutes to 10. But of course now, it's 155 the last time we checked, and it looks like it's giving us an idea. So, it moves
to 49 or 50 left.
Yeah, 49 or 50 left, so 49 left. But you see, it was at 56.7, moved to 56.8, then moved to 56.6. It will do that. I am not sure that Kwabena Boateng will get to less than 50%. And so, yes, it's delayed, and it's something that the Electoral Commission should check, because even during the main election of 2020, there's a lot of constituencies where, yes, we were counting, the results weren't out yet, but the political party started having an idea.
Of course.
By midnight,
by now,
the Electoral Commission was declaring some of the constituencies.
Yeah, and so that's where we are now with this. We're still trying to get my colleague Nanaya Ojima there, so we can get a sense from Diomi himself about his own plans going forward regarding this issue that we've been reporting tonight. And there's only one thing we're waiting for right now, with just some 7 minutes to the top of the hour, 10, is to get you the results. But from every indication, the MPP candidate there should win this. We're still waiting for the Electoral Commission to certify those results so we can know that outcome. Now, let's do a bit of looking at what has happened today. We started today with the real possibility that the NPP were going to face a tough battle on their hands, but we've seen this, the gap between Kwabena Diomi and the Kwabena Boateng of the NPP. Now, as it stands now, assuming it ends at 42% to Diomi and 56% to the NPP candidate, it still isn't a picture you want to see in a constituency that is dominant for the NPP. Also because you have the main elections on December 7th still to come. You still have more time to campaign there. But then it also gives opportunity to the NPP, now that they know what they are up against, to do far more in their constituency, because they have, more than 6 months to try and do a bit more developmental projects there, right? To try and get the people to appreciate that the government will want to respond to whatever needs they have. But the time that they have now, NDC also in the mix on December 7th, who gains from this? The NPP, because remember, there's also the NDC in the race. Diomi, the NDC or the NPP. We've said all the time that for NPP to win the national elections, they need Ashanti region to turn out in force for them. Yeah. In other words, every single vote will matter in the Ashanti region, including in the this particular turnout, this particular gap, which isn't dominant, but it's a very safe, clear victory for the NPP. Who benefits more?
Well, this is an election that benefits Kwabena Diomi. Now, when we started, I indicated that to test his popularity, we'd have to wait for the results of this election. Now, I said that we had to wait for the results of this election because in the past he had contested on the ticket of the NPP. And even though we may argue that, but he gave the NPP its, biggest margin, the thing is that so far from what we're gathering, the NDC in the last election had about 14,000. He's crossed that mark. He's had more than 14,000. Now, clearly that tells you, if you have more than 14,000 votes in a by-election, this is not a national election, with a voter turnout of about less than 40%, less than 50,000, 50% so far. It tells you that this is a formidable candidate. So even if we want to do the analysis, okay, so let's do the analysis and say, for instance, that, okay, the NDC, because the NDC didn't contest this election, per the voter turnout, we see that 40% of the NDC turn out to vote for Diomi. Let's just, for purposes of analysis. So if 40% of 14,000 turn out, that's about between 5,000 to 6,000. Okay? Yeah. Now he's gotten more than 17,000. It means that on his own, he can pull about 10,000 to 15,000 voters. Yeah. That is significant. Now, if the NDC comes into it and they maintain their 14,000 and he gets more votes, this is what you're going to see. You would see a situation where the NPP, and now the NPP would not have the luxury of sending graders and everything to the constituency, to be doing a lot of work overnight. So if Diomi decides to contest as an independent candidate again, he could worry the NPP. But that would also depend on what he says and does from now to December 7. Because this is a period, and you see, you saw it in the Kumewu elections, where the independent candidate put a lot of votes, but in the by-election, he performed woefully. Because at the time, there were problems in the constituency, and so he rode on those challenges and actually put up a showing. What is Kwabena Diomi going to do now? Raymond was making the point earlier that he probably would take this and say, oh, they cheated us. And look, once results are delaying, once he starts talking about, who knows what may have happened, don't be surprised when you hear his people probably saying that, some of the results were even, they suspect there were changes here and there, what. It would all be at making sure that at the end of it all, he stays in the minds of the people, but also continuously reminds them of the fact that he has been unfairly treated and that they should show the NPP that he really is the person they want by election 2024, which is also not going to be easy for Kwabena Usuadomi also. Because look, today, all the attention is on Ejiso. So you can also do what? Talk more about the fact that, you hear me say, we are doing this, we're doing that, because everybody would come to you. But in the main election, you, Kwabena Usuadomi, will not be the focus of that election, because other elections will also be happening in other constituencies. All of us will move to other constituencies. While you may focus in Ejiso, you will not get the needed coverage that would also make you popular and also popularize your message. So all of these things will come to play a role.
But here's the thing, though. I mean, definitely sitting here planning the elections, we're going to be focusing on Ashanti region.
We will most definitely.
But because we're focused on the Ashanti region, but because of the Diomi's factor, because of this primary, we'll focus a bit more on Ejiso, definitely.
Yes, sure.
Right? Going into we'll focus a bit more on elections. Now, you have a situation where he now, again, and the Afro factor is also there, right?
Yeah.
We have it in play that, throw that into the mix. Considering, and his aide explained to us that this Hobson-Adoye alliance with him, I mean, not with the party, was just that they needed help, right? And they got, Raymond, you don't buy it.
No, not for a second.
So what do you think was happening?
No. I think, see, we all do know that there was even a time that some had flirted with the idea of Chairman Ten appearing in Ejiso and throwing his weight behind and making sure that the man pushed through.
Let me update the results now. We have 169 out now, 169 centers out now, out of the 200 and out of the 204. And out of that, Kwabena Boateng has 56.4%. Kwabena Usuadomi still at 42.6%. Proceed.
Now, I'm saying that there were attempts, there were even thoughts that Shabatin should be on the ground to throw his weight behind him. And let's not get it wrong. The Alliance for Revolutionary Change is actually looking for people who are going independent to support. Yeah. Their theory is quite clear that we should get rid of the duopoly, NPP and NDC. So any opportunity that offers anybody an opportunity, and the person is a formidable candidate like a three-time former member of parliament.
They were alignment. Why
not? But so I'm not one who's going to say that Adoye was sitting in Accra, then somebody said Metese.
So you're saying that this Adoye deployment would have been done with the blessing of Alan Chamantin himself?
With the national, the movement for change, very much aware that, and again, we know where Hobson fits in. It's where you need...
you need a bit of toughness, a bit of roughness in there.
Hobson also knows the NPP politics. So he would know where they are likely to have some loopholes and all of that. So he's not just being deployed for deployment's sake. He will not wake up and just go there because he wants to monitor elections as an independent observer. Again, I am insisting that it is not a very poor strategy to look out for people who are equally disgruntled with the system and say, let's pool our resources together. It is what Chairman Ten and Go went around in doing when they announced the 9 or 12 groups that supported the movement for change. It is because these people are equally disgruntled about politics, so they need them on board. Kwabena Edum obviously has had problems with the MPP since he was removed as member of parliament. You could check, as of 2022, he was still doing the general things. You remember he went around before that election with Chamawuntumi. He went around. There's a statement out there. In fact, there's a speech that he did. It was in the graphic. He was quite clear about why the MPP may have difficulties. I'm reading to you the headline. Fix roads in Ashanti or forget about breaking the 8. And the story says, the former Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways has said the NPP cannot count on the Ashanti region to break the 8 if the roads in the region remain unfixed. He explained that the situation was irrespective of whoever the party elected as its flag bearer. Have you seen the timing we are talking about?
Yeah.
So right before that time, he was clear in his mind that something had to change. And I will not lie to you, I know MPP members today who are equally of the same view, that it can't be business as usual. Some do not want Mahmoud Bawumia as their leader. Others do not want the kind of politics we are doing in the country. Others are just not happy how they were treated under Akufo-Addo. All of these are forces you can put together. And If all of these forces come together and take away 5 to 10% of the Ashanti region votes, I was checking the data the other time, the election results, the NPP minus NDC, Ashanti region gave the NPP more than 1 million more votes than the NDC. That is massive. That is massive. That can make a lot of change in an election. Imagine having an area where you beat your opponent by 1 million more votes. You get the point? So that is massive. That's why Ashanti would always be an area that you want to concentrate on. But why not? If the movement of change makes its biggest impression in the Ashanti region today, do you know what it has done to the NPP?
What?
It has attacked the NPP at its biggest and strongest hold. What then will happen to the other areas? It will either go into a second round in an election, or the NPP may lose the election. Mindful of all the other factors that comes together against it, if Kwabena Aduomi is able to make sure that the NPP goes into opposition, and the powers that be are no longer as powerful in the party, and then can come to the table and discuss the most important things of NPP going into the future, how to forge and build a better box for the future, do you think that he will not be happy with it? So as for marriage of convenience, it might be. In fact, they say it's not marriage of convenience, it's marriage of conviction. And that's what's happening now. But it will happen because people are disgruntled and have to join the force in moving forward.
Okay, so it's moving forward. On December 7, now constituents have confirmation that he's aligning with Alan and his team. Do they punish him for it or reward him for it?
It depends on how he plays his games from now to that time. Do you know two things will happen? For most of the people in the constituency like Adjoso, they don't really care whether he is aligned with Alan Oko. They want to know what Aduomi did and what he can do differently going into the future and how that helps them. Assuming the NPP doesn't get to win the election 2024, of what use is having an NPP MP anyway? As the president and the Minister of Roads have been hinting. The president says that I will not be looking to a guy who's not in my party. Minister of Roads says that it will be difficult to convince anybody in government when the president is not a member of parliament. If you put them together, it means that the people of Adjoso may very well be better served by an independent candidate or independent MP than being served by a member of a parliament from a party that's lost the election. That is if the NPP ends up losing the election. Have you seen the dynamics in here? Yeah. So some people will come to that conclusion. Others too will just say, we are sticking with our political party MPP no matter what happens. And again, voting Aduomi doesn't make you less MPP. You know that, right? They maybe vote massively for the presidential
Aduomi is MPP true and true.
Yes, it doesn't make them less MPP.
And chances are, if he ever gets to parliament through this route of being an independent, he will align in with the MPP.
He will certainly have a deal on the table. Yeah. As was shown in the case of Fomena. Indeed, if we're giving the MPP the opportunity to choose second deputy speaker, the Fomena MP would have never been on the consideration table. You get what I'm trying to say?
Of course.
Merely by going independent and winning, it elevated his right to engage and also, to debate and to get away with a very juicy position. Who would not want a deputy speaker position for their member of parliament?
But well, and I'll come to you for a bite of that question. And I can update you now. We have 171 polling centers in now, out of 204. And as it stands now, Kwabena Boateng has 56.4%. And you have Kwabena Aduomi had 42.7%. It looks like this is how this is going to end.
Yes, Evans, I started by saying that, once the, Kwabena Aduomi's guy indicated that the remaining polling centers were coming from, where you could call swing areas, not anybody's stronghold.
Yeah.
I knew that was what was going to be the case.
They're going to be established.
Yes, it was going to be that.
And because they're going to be sharing the votes.
They're going to be sharing the votes, basically.
And that is why both of them have stayed 56, 42, 56, but nobody's changing.
They're the same thing. But you see, the point that Raymond makes, and by 2021, 2022, I think it was obvious at that point in time that Aduomi was a supporter of Alan Kyerematen. Even as he went into the Ashanti region elections. People said it, that this is an Alan Kyerematen supporter. Now, just as we saw Joe Wise say that he supported COP Mensah, because COP Mensah had supported him all this while. Yeah. It gets to that point where politically you cannot desert the people who have been with you.
Loyalty.
Loyalty is key. So if you're an Alan Kyerematen, while you may not be on the ground, you may want to send some of your allies to go and support him. But I didn't think that the best person to send there was Hobson Adoye, particularly in a collation center. I mean, that's not, he's not the best. I mean, so they could have sent people, some of their allies, to go and, engage in the mobilization and everything for him. That's something that they should do. And look, for the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, and I've said this before, the national interest movement had consistently been calling for independent candidates, and they have been marshalling resources to support independent candidates. And so if you hear that they've done this, well, it's not wrong. And look, if you're a Diomi, and if anybody found himself in a Diomi's shoes, you would take on that help, because all you needed was to win the elections. So if they're bringing you help, if they're bringing you logistics, if they're bringing you resources, you would take them and hope that you would be able to make that change that you want, or you'll be able to win the election as you want. It may not have worked this time around, okay? But what it may have done, and this is the thing, election 2024, I was making the point earlier, election 2024, you will not have, we've talked about how, the MPP kind of not have all the support that he has currently. Well, the MPP may want to say that, let's make sure we win this, if for nothing at all, in memory of John Kuma, no problem. They may want to win it. But if the neutrals descend on Ejoso, if they also make Ejoso their project, it would mean that you may have a contest, and a very difficult one at that. At this point, we may not be able to say, okay, this person is going to win or that person is going to win. But if the neutrals descend, and as we get close to the election, even the diehard NPP persons would come to the realization whether or not their party is going to win. I mean, elections are such that you sometimes will look at it and say, okay, I may win, I may not win. Now, if the feeling at the time within the NPP is that they may not win, if you are a member of, if you are a constituent of Ejoso, for instance, you may want to say, why don't I go independent? After all, any government can deal with an independent candidate, okay? And not, so for instance, if I vote for an MPP candidate and the MPP doesn't win, and you've seen the MPP consistently in 2020 talking about the fact that, you must vote for us. If you vote for this person, I may not be able to work with him. You heard Nanado say the same thing about, Esiama when he was contesting, saying, I may not be able to work with him. But today, the very person he couldn't work with is the man who saved the NPP in Parliament.
And that obviously is a fair bit of analysis to go through. But you see on your screens there the numbers for you to gaze on as we wait for the latest numbers to come in. And one of the things that we'll be doing as we wait for the results to come, many of you possibly are now retiring into the comfort of your living room, waiting for the results at this time, because this is the time that PMSS should be wrapping up. But we want to stay true and bring you the results. Now, what you missed, obviously, is the results from one particular polling center, which has been a subject of some controversy. And that polling center is where we saw Kingsley Nyako. And I'm really, and Nanaya Juma will join us, if we can isolate, it was my colleague on Himintia was there. Isolate what the results were from that particular constituency. I want to know. I want to know what the results were from that particular constituency. And
polling station.
That particular polling center, right? And I want to know that because it's been a very controversial one to watch. Whilst we wait for that to come in, we want to just recap a bit of how this all played out today, right?
Fumeswa Pentecost Church.
Fumeswa Pentecost Church.
A police station.
Yes, that's a polling station where the incident occurred. We want to go over for you what you may have missed. You watched the video because this really is going to be the talking point into tomorrow. Really, if you look at it, the talking points based on the numbers that we have right now with the updated figures from the EC of 172 results, polling center results coming in so far. We have 56 for Kwabena Boateng and the Duomi as 42. We don't expect that this will change much as we begin to close this out. So the controversy in terms of looking at what will happen tomorrow and the talking points will not necessarily be about the results. Many expected this to happen. Of course, one of the things we'll talk about is the gap, the difference between Diomi's 43 now, as you see on your screens, with 176 of the polling station results in. He's managed to cut into the Kwabena Boateng's lead slightly. Kwabena Boateng is now at 55.9%, and he's now climbing slightly to 43%. So we're going to be watching that. Now it's gone to 177. So this is moving pretty quickly. We expect that the next 20 minutes this will wrap up. I'm looking at the key talking points going into tomorrow. One, of course, will be the gap there isn't that significant, isn't that huge between an independent candidate and the candidate for the incumbent party. They're going to read a lot into this, going into the main elections on December 7th. But the second, I guess, most topical one, because that one still has many moving parts, with the police still looking into this. EC is doing his work. Special prosecutor may come into a member of parliament. Is this one that is impeachable, for example? To qualify to be a member of parliament, you should not be somebody who has been convicted of a crime. I mean, so a lot of this thing is going to be played out tomorrow with the videos that we saw. And many of you are wondering, what am I talking about if you're just retiring to watch a television? So I'm going to play you everything we've had tonight. I'm going to play you that video. And then I'm going to also play you the interview we had with the Electoral Commission on this, when it first happened. And then we'll also hear from Kingsley Nyako, the MP who was seen in that video handing out that envelope. And then also, we would read for you where we are tonight from the Electoral Commission's old point of view in terms of the preliminary investigations that we've seen over the period, right? So just first of all, watch that video of this incident, which has been a major talking point all day, all as we await the final declaration of results.
Will have the opportunity to work, and that is what is motivating her to take part in the election. So I'll say that the election has been peaceful in Ejuso. So from the Pentecost polling station here in Fumeswa, one of the densely populated areas in the Ejuso constituency, we are moving to other places to monitor the elections and bring you update as far as the Ejuso by-election is concerned. Don't forget that over 100,000 electors are expected to cast their ballot today, and the EC expects nothing less than 50% in today's election, being the turnout for today's election. So coincidentally, today is also a market day in Ejuso. So the EC hopes that many of the market women who are in the market will turn up later. It's rather unfortunate that the incident happened few minutes after you had left this polling station, because I was there with you. How do you feel that a polling station you visited in not less than 5 minutes, an incident of this nature was recorded there?
As you are saying, I didn't witness what transpired. So somebody just sent the video to me. So in the video, you will see that somebody pulled a white something, whether it is an envelope, whether it is a handkerchief, whether it's a paper, it is not clear to that. And it was, I think the attempt was to give it to the officer, but the officer did not pick. Then it was put on the table. So that's what we want to know, what has happened. So for the meantime, because of the election going on, if you want to do a lot of investigation, we even disorganized the voting. So we've asked you could see two officers were closer to the person who gave the parcel, whatever it is. So we have asked them to stay aside for us to finish with the election. Then when we finish with the election, then we'll go into the issue and see what was it. Was it envelope? If it is an envelope, what was the content? What is it meant for? Whatever, if it is handkerchief, what is it meant for? If it is ordinary paper, what is it meant for? So we will get to know the details of whatever the content or the parcel is and the purpose of the parcel. Then based on that, we'll take the next action.
I know EC officials have visited this said polling station. What has been your initial understanding of events? Was it an envelope? Was it a handkerchief? Was it an ordinary paper that the officials were reluctant in picking or accepting from this man?
I'm here to talk to those who went, but my understanding is that they went there just to ask them to stand aside for us to finish with the election. So later we'll get to know the details of it.
Then what then happens to the electorates? Because we know these two officials were working. They were busy.
Replace them with different set of people to do the work. We had a standby, so those people have moved in to take charge of the work. So the voting, we didn't want to create any scene there or to create any tension over there. So they have been asked to stand aside whilst we will continue with the work. When we finish, we'll do the next investigation and take the next action that should be taken.
This is early days yet, but people are speculating that this could affect the credibility of today's exercise. As a director of elections for EC, do you see this having an impact or negative impact on today's exercise?
If you watch the video, you captured it. If you look at it critically, the officers refused even to receive whatever was being offered to them. So I said, I don't know how this one will affect the integrity of the election. Is it because of that they are going to increase somebody's vote or deny somebody from the chance of voting? All these things will be avoided. That's why we ask them to stand aside. So to us, it doesn't have any effect on the integrity of the election.
The belief is that maybe, I'm not speculating, that probably it was money that was exchanged hands. But yes, but if, for instance, it comes out to be money, and people will assume that maybe there are many other officials who have been compromised, who are, yes, I'm speculating. So you are saying that there's no way this could affect the credibility of the election, but people assume that if, for instance, it was money that was being exchanged, it's likely to affect the credibility because...
If it is even money, and it happened at that particular center, and as I said, if you watch the video very well, the people, they were not ready to receive whatever the parcel was, so it was dropped on the table, right? So for now, we shouldn't crucify them till we do the investigation and get to the root of it. Because clearly, if you watch, you captured it, you have a look at it. The parcel was being given to them, and the people were not ready to take it. So it was dropped on the table. When it was on the who took it, now we don't know. Whether the man even went back to pick it, then because that portion did not appear in the camera. So let's wait and do the investigation, and we'll see what we do.
You seem to feel so proud about these officers for not accepting, like not taking it directly from the man. Is it your position?
For now, don't draw conclusions. In the video, they refuse to receive it, right? But what happens after you have left? I wouldn't know. That's what I'm saying. So the investigation will show whether, as they refused to receive it, they didn't take it and the man took it back. I wouldn't know, right? If they went back and took it too, then there's also its one implication. So let's wait. We shouldn't crucify anybody. Let's get to the root of it. Once we have done the investigation, then we'll know what was it. Did they take it or the giver took it back? All these things will come up. Then based on that, we'll draw our conclusions and take the necessary primitive measures, if need be.
How long will these investigations take?
We are during the election. We'll finish today, and we'll go there. If we have to even give it to the police to investigate, they will do that. So the commission will take the necessary step to create a system.
I'm a citizen, and if people think that I've done something on top of it, it is their own, their right to do so. But I'm saying that I can't influence the EC officials who are trained, who are honest, who are disciplined to do anything on top. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. And I cannot do that in the public space. I cannot do that. No, that's what I say about it.
So, but do you feel bad with the spin on it? Because it's been circled and circulated everywhere.
I know that I've not influenced anybody. I've not influenced the process. I don't feel bad because I know I've done nothing wrong. Okay? I know it's politics. People are going to spin. You know, we've been in this political game all this while. And those who are spinning, I don't begrudge them. That is politics. That is it. But me, Kingsley Nyakon, I'm putting on record that I have not done anything, whether overtly or covertly, to influence the process. My candidates will win this election fair and square. Let me ask you this question. The polling agents, six candidates with their agents, isn't it? Yeah. So if I had done something bad to influence the process, don't you think that they would have raised an issue there? Your reporter was here. Ask him if anybody raised anything against me when I even put the document to the person. You will raise an issue. So people say somewhere and they cry wolf. I mean, that is unfair, but it's a game. I accept I'm a politician. And I respect Ghanaians.
It was a document.
No, I'm saying that I respect Ghanaians, and people said outside they didn't know what that, and they sit down and conclude and say that I'm trying to, I mean, I'm beyond that, I cannot do that.
But Honorable, before you take a leave of us, personally, I'm being castigated for being a very bad person. As a member of parliament, you are aware of what happened here. Can you take me through what actually happened here? Because I'm being castigated left, right, center.
Like that you have done what? That you've done what?
Because he was the one going on live, on air with whatever content. And that is how come.
Me, I don't know. Everything happens for a purpose. I don't know your mind. I don't know the reason why this is out. But I said that I don't think you've done anything wrong to affect my person. If you've done anything wrong, your judgment, you know about it. But what I know is that I came around to observe the process. Then I even got an interview with you. Later, some people sent me this, and I look at it and I say, what is it? I've been a teacher for a long time. Ghanaians know that I'm disciplined. Me. I can never do anything to undermine the process. Okay? You've been covering politics for a very long time. If I were to influence the process negatively or to my kindest favor, honestly, sincerely, it is the form that I'm going to do that.
So do you feel bad that the officers have been relieved of their duty? Currently, the officers there
How do you feel about this whole process?
I think they are victim of circumstances, and I think that, I don't know, but they've done anything wrong. This is what I'll say about that. But I will address this issue properly. Just that you forced me to put some words across.
What was in them?
Yes, that is a question many people are asking, whether it was an envelope, it was a handkerchief, or anything of the sort.
I'm saying that I've done nothing to influence the process. That's it. So if the IGP is being petitioned to invite me, I'm ready for him, and I will. When we get there, I know what I'm going to talk about. But no process has been undermined. Nothing untoward has been done. People are speculating, isn't it? Because they think that this was it. But you sit in your home and you're able to determine what has been, delivered or something. That is so wrong. You don't make conclusions on that. You need to do proper interrogation. Ask yourself question that this whole thing, was it able to influence a certain process?
There is no relationship between you and the officers to warrant a document. You don't know them.
You don't know them. So why would you want to give an envelope to them, Honorable?
So if I see you, do I have to know you before I do you a favor? Assuming, so that question doesn't even arise. So there shouldn't be any relationship before, And I'm saying that I've not influenced anybody negatively to turn the vote of the people in a certain direction.
So are you going to accept, for instance, an invitation from the IGP or the police to investigate this?
I've answered this question already, so there's no need, respectfully, there's no need me to belabor the point. Oh, but he asked the question earlier when I did that. Nothing wrong has been done. So people should. I'm hoping that my candidate wins, and he will win fair and square. And I'm hoping that it's going to be a convincing win. And this is politics. I know some of my friends even send it to me and they're laughing, So, me, I'm a psychologist, and I'm not bothered at all. But I respect Ghanaians and all those who are raising these issues with good intent. I don't have any promise about that. But you use the word spin. People will spin, and they know that what happened was not to undermine the process, but they also spin for some political. The point is that even without this Ombeka, I think some motor report elsewhere people are exaggerating a whole lot. So I said that people will have reasons to, So
when you say you are not bothered, does it mean that this incident here does not affect you in any way as far as your political career is concerned?
Yeah, me say I've not done anything wrong. You need to prove that I've done something wrong. My political career, how would this affect my political career? Have I killed somebody? Have I done something untoward and all that? Please. You know what I mean? Because I respect you, that was why I compromised to do that. Because I respect, you know what I mean, Ghanaian, that's why I've done that. But I'm saying that.
From the narration you gave us, you said it was
a document.
No, listen to me well. I'm saying that I've done nothing untoward about this process. I'm saying that those who are suggesting that, for example, there was something in the envelope, don't have any evidence to say that. No, sorry, I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
So definitely there was something in the envelope, but not a document.
I'm saying that I've not done anything negative to undermine the process. That's it. Yeah, that's
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable.
Thank you. You saw in your shot the MP for Kwadaso, Professor Kingsley Nyako.
Okay. For him, Interior, and just giving you a wrap of everything. The last interview that I saw is that of Kingsley Nyako, who is the Member of Parliament in question, Member of Parliament for Kwadaso, who went to the constituency to obviously monitor the polls, but then got to that polling station and was seen in that shot, in that video that you watched, handing out that envelope. The Electoral Commission issued a statement after the first statement they put out with some clarity on what their preliminary investigations has shown and a few key things. They established that the two officers in question were indeed temporary EC officials. They had recruited them to participate and also conduct the polls there in that particular polling station. Now, secondly, they also told us their names. They are Regina Sewa, is a ballot issuer, and George Sasu, who is a presiding officer. Those two were the individuals in question there, those you saw in your shot. Now, the preliminary investigations also revealed that the man in the video, talking about Kingsley Nyako, the MP for Kwadaso, walked to their table, and you saw that he walked to their table, but we also saw that he walked with the presiding officer and asked them to use the contents of the envelope for their lunch, following which he walked away because he had already gone to them and asked them if they were hungry and offer them money for food. You know, that is what the Electoral Commission had told us. Now, what have they done so far? One, they have withdrawn them. They withdrew them immediately. This went public. It took a couple of hours, but it did so during the vote itself, and they were quickly replaced. You heard that from Sebo Kwaku, and we also heard from the EC telling us that they've also now had discussions with the Ghana Police Service to kickstart the process for criminal investigations into the matter. Now, so that is a central point, and so this is one story that has several moving parts indeed to it, and we've not had the last of this. We are waiting to hear from Ediomi from the ground there. We have assurance that we'll get to talk to Hope Sinadoya and co, who are representing him at the Collation Center. So we'll get some clarity on his position on this for you. And then also, what I've also learned tonight is, well, the security arrangement that we saw today. This is a JISO, and because of the Diomi factor, there was some tension. Allegations have been leveled against the EC, against the NPP itself, and the police are out there in full force. I know the IGP himself is there, and that's why you've seen that this has been peaceful. We haven't had any incident of disturbance across that constituency. It's been very peaceful.